Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I found a rule book for surviving my own house. And rule 1 was already broken is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first sign that something was wrong was the kitchen light. Not flickering, not swinging, nothing dramatic like that. Just on. I know that sounds stupid, but I had turned it off before bed, because I always turn it off before bed. The switch was part of my routine, in the same way brushing my teeth was part of my routine. In the same way checking the deadbolt twice was part of my routine. In the same way standing barefoot in the hallway for 3 extra seconds. And listening to the house settle had become part of my routine since moving in. At 2:13 in the morning, that light was on again, spilling a flat yellow rectangle across the hardwood floor, and the refrigerator was humming with that tired old house buzz that made the baseboards tremble if you stood still long enough. I stood at the top of the stairs in my t-shirt and sweatpants, one hand on the banister, telling myself there were plenty of normal reasons for a light to be on. A faulty switch, a power hiccup, sleepwalking maybe, though I had never done that in my life. Then from below me, something clicked. Not loud, just the dry little tick of paper being folded. My name is Mara Ellison, 32, female. And at the time, I was still trying to convince myself that buying a 100-year-old house outside Pittsburgh was a sign of adulthood rather than panic dressed up as a mortgage. I worked remotely as a copy editor for a medical publishing company, which meant I spent most days catching other people's mistakes while ignoring my own. I had moved into the house on Hazel Street 3 weeks earlier after my divorce became final, partly because it was cheaper than staying in the city, and partly because I needed walls that had never heard my ex-husband sigh through dinner. The house sat in Dormont, on a slope of tidy narrow lots and cracked sidewalks, with steep front steps and porches that watched one another from across the street. It had green aluminum siding, a red brick chimney, and a basement that smelled like wet stone even on dry days. The previous owner had been an elderly man named Mr. Kessler, according to the neighbor who brought over banana bread and asked careful questions about whether I lived alone. I did live alone. That was the whole point, or it had been, until the kitchen light started turning itself on. I kept standing there, looking down at it, listening. The house made its regular noises. The radiator ticking in the dining room, wind pushing through the old window seams, the refrigerator kicking itself into a deeper hum. Outside, a car passed slow on the wet street, tires hissing over last night's rain. Normal sounds, familiar sounds. The paper noise came again. Tick, a fold, or a page settling. I almost called out, which is one of those ridiculous things people do when they already know they shouldn't. My mouth opened around the word hello, but I swallowed it before it got out. Instead, I crept down 6 steps and stopped where the hallway mirror caught part of the kitchen. The room was empty. At least, the slice of it I could see was empty, yellowed linoleum, the edge of the white enamel sink, the round table I had found on Facebook Marketplace from a woman in Bethel Park, who said it had been her mother's breakfast table. The light above it buzzed softly. A tiny moth batted itself against the frosted glass shade, making a dry tapping sound. Tap, tap, tick. That last one wasn't the moth. I went down the rest of the stairs because fear, in the beginning, often looks exactly like irritation. I was tired. I had a 9 a.m. call. I had spent the evening sorting boxes in the front room and eating peanut butter toast over the sink because I still couldn't remember which box held my real plates. I did not have room in my life for haunted wiring, and I definitely did not have room for a house that expected me to be afraid of my own kitchen. "Come on," I muttered. My voice sounded too small. The kitchen was cold enough that the hair on my arms prickled. One of the back windows, the one above the radiator, had a thin line of condensation along the bottom. I checked the switch. It was up. Fine. Faulty switch. I turned it down. The light went out. The kitchen became a shape made from appliance glows and street lamp spill. The refrigerator motor kept running. The moth tapped once more against the shade, then went quiet. I stood there long enough to feel silly. Then my phone buzzed upstairs. The sound made me flinch so hard my elbow struck the counter. A little white spark of pain shot down into my wrist. Jesus. I held my arm close and went back upstairs, stepping around the creak on the 8th stair, because I had learned that creak on my second night in the house. My phone was on the nightstand, screen lit, with a missed call from my brother. At 2:17 a.m., before I could call him back, he called again. I answered too sharply. Nate Ellison, 35, male, was my older brother by 3 years, and had the irritating calm of someone who had spent 10 years as a paramedic in Allegheny County before becoming an ER nurse. He lived in Crafton with his husband and 2 rescue dogs, and he believed every problem in the world could be reduced to airway, breathing, circulation, or you need to stop being weird and ask for help. He had been against me buying the house alone, though he had framed it as concern about knob and tube wiring, and not concern about me crying in the shower twice a week. "You awake?" he asked. "No, I'm conducting a sleep interview." "Funny, you called me." I pulled the phone from my ear and looked at the screen. No outgoing call. "No, I didn't." There was a short pause on his end. I could hear a monitor beeping somewhere behind him, voices layered under fluorescent hospital noise. "Mara," he said, "I've got a missed call from you 2 minutes ago." "I didn't call you." "Okay." His voice changed slightly. Less brother, more triage. "Where are you?" "In bed." "Are you sure?" I looked around my room like it might contradict me. Half unpacked boxes, a laundry basket full of clean clothes I had been stepping over for 2 days, the old radiator under the window clanking once as heat moved through it. "Yes, I'm sure I'm in bed." "Any chance you rolled onto your phone?" It was on the nightstand. "House okay?" I didn't answer fast enough. "Mara, the kitchen light was on," I said. "I thought I turned it off." "That's it." And I heard something. "What kind of something?" Paper. I know how it sounds." "No, you know how I'm going to react, which is different," he exhaled. "Check your call log." I did. There it was, an outgoing call to Nate at 2:14 a.m. Duration, 8 seconds. I stared until the numbers blurred a little. I didn't do that, I said. Could be a glitch. Phones don't just call people. They absolutely do, usually when people sit on them or have greasy fingers or install sketchy apps. I was asleep. Okay. Another pause. Do you want me to come over? That made the room feel smaller. Asking Nate to come meant admitting I was scared. It meant being the fragile divorced sister in the creepy old house who couldn't handle a light switch. Meant hearing the soft, careful tone people used when they were trying not to say that maybe I had rushed this entire decision. No, I said, I'm fine. You don't sound fine. I sound tired. You sound like you're trying to win an argument with a lamp. I almost laughed. It got stuck in my throat. From downstairs, something fell. A light object, not glass, not metal. A soft slap followed by the whisper of pages sliding. I did not move. Nate heard my breathing change. What was that? Nothing. Mara, something fell downstairs. Lock your bedroom door. It doesn't have a lock. Of course it doesn't. Old house. Great. Get something heavy. Stay on the phone. I was already moving, but not toward the closet for a bat or a shoe or anything sensible. I went to the bedroom doorway and looked down the hall, because some part of me needed to see the ordinary rectangle of the stairwell. The hall smelled faintly of dust and lemon oil from the furniture polish I had used that afternoon. The light downstairs was still off. Dark then, the kind of dark that had corners. Mara, Nate said, I'm looking. Stop looking. I'm not going downstairs. Good. I went downstairs. Not all the way at first. Just to the landing, then the next step, then the next. I could hear Nate talking in my ear, his words low and urgent, but I wasn't really taking them in. The fear had turned weirdly clean, narrow, like a needle had threaded through me and pulled me forward. At the bottom of the stairs, something lay on the hallway floor. A booklet, that was all. A small, black, spiral-bound booklet, the kind you'd buy in a pack of 3 at Staples. It lay face down near the archway to the dining room, maybe 6 feet from the front door, and nowhere near the boxes I had unpacked earlier. I knew because I had spent the day sorting those boxes by room, labeling them in blue painter's tape like an emotionally stable person. This booklet had not been there when I went to bed. Nate said louder now. Tell me what you see. A notebook, like a little manual. Don't touch it. That made me stop with my hand already reaching. Why? I whispered. Because I said don't touch it. Look around first, doors, windows. I checked what I could see from where I stood. Front door closed, deadbolt turned. Living room window curtain still. Dining room dark. Kitchen beyond it dark. No feet under tables. No person-shaped absence waiting behind the coat rack. The house did a soft wooden pop as the heat shifted. I bent and picked up the booklet. Nate cursed in my ear. The cover felt damp at the edges, cold enough that it seemed to have come from the basement or outside. There was no title printed on it, no brand, just a strip of masking tape across the front with words written in black marker. For Marraellison House Rules. Read before morning. The handwriting was blocky and careful, all caps. The kind of writing someone uses when they don't want to be recognized. For a second, the house disappeared. Not visually. I could still see the banister, the dark archway, the dull moon-colored shine on the floorboards. But everything in me pulled inward around those words. My full name, not new owner, not current resident, Mara Ellison. Nate was still talking. What does it say? I turned the booklet over in my hands. Mara. It has my name on it. The hospital noise behind him seemed to drop away. Read that again. It says, for Mara Ellison, house rules. Read before morning. Put it down. Why would someone write that? Put it down and go upstairs. Someone was in my house. Exactly. So put it down and go upstairs. The front porch creaked. It was a familiar sound, but only in daylight. The porch boards were old and swollen in places, and the second board from the left made a complaining groan under weight. I had noticed it when moving boxes in. A delivery driver had noticed it too, because he had said, "That one's got a voice," while dropping off my internet router. Now that board groaned once. Slowly, a person shifting their weight. I looked at the front door, 3 feet away. Deadbolt turned, chain latched, peephole dark. Nate must have heard the tiny sound I made because his voice sharpened. What? There's someone on the porch. Go upstairs now. Instead, I stepped closer to the door. I hate that about myself. I hate that there is a part of me deep under the sensible part that has always needed proof more than safety. It was the same part that had kept reading my ex-husband's messages after the first one should have been enough. The same part that made me check the oven 3 times and still go back for a 4th because certainty never lasted. My private flaw was not bravery. It was compulsion wearing bravery's coat. The porch creaked again. Then came a soft scraping at the base of the door. Not knocking, dragging, like someone was running a fingernail along the weather stripping. I held my breath so tightly my ribs ached. "Nate," I whispered, "I'm calling 911. No, wait, absolutely not. No, just wait. You have someone at your door at 2 in the morning after finding a note with your name on it. I'm calling." He hung up. The sudden absence of his voice felt physical. My phone screen went dark in my hand. The booklet was still in the other. I should have gone upstairs. I should have grabbed keys, shoes, anything. I should have done all the things people say they would do when the danger has already been translated into a story and cleaned up for retelling. Instead, I stood in my front hall and listened to someone breathe on the other side of my door. It was close. Too close to be a neighbor on the sidewalk. Too close to be wind moving under the porch roof. The breath came through the crack at the frame in thin, damp pushes. In, out, then a whisper. "Mara." My hand tightened around the booklet hard enough that the spiral wire dug into my palm. The voice was male, but pitched low and rough, like the person was forcing it through a throat full of phlegm or trying not to wake someone. "Mara, open up." I did not answer. "Mara," a pause. Something touched the door just below the peephole. One tap from a knuckle. "You broke the first rule." The porch light was off. I had left it on before bed too. I knew I had. I had stood there in my socks and thought about how the bulb made the porch look safer, warmer, less like a stage for bad ideas. Now there was only dark glass in the little oval peephole. My phone buzzed in my hand, Nate calling back. The buzz was loud in the hallway. The breathing outside stopped. The phone buzzed again. I fumbled and answered, pressing it to my ear without speaking. "I called," Nate said. "Police are on their way." Stay away from the door. The person outside moved fast, not trying the knob, not kicking, just stepping hard to the side, making the boards complain in a quick sequence, left to right. Then a thud against the porch wall under the living room window. I backed up until my heel hit the bottom stair. "What happened?" Nate asked. He moved. "Where?" "Toward the living room window. Go upstairs. Close yourself in the bathroom if it locks." "It doesn't." "Then move furniture." I started up the stairs, finally, gripping the banister with one hand. Halfway up, the booklet slipped under my thumb and opened. I didn't mean to read it. I only saw the first page because the paper fanned loose. The handwriting inside was the same blocky all-caps marker. Thick strokes, uneven pressure. Written fast, but not messy. Rule 1. If the kitchen light is on after midnight, do not turn it off. I stopped on the stairs. Below me, the hallway sat dark and empty, except for the thin rectangle of streetlight under the door. My thumb shook against the page. Nate's voice was still coming through the phone, distant now. "Mara, keep moving, talk to me." I looked over my shoulder toward the kitchen, dark, because I had turned the light off. A soft sound came from the living room window. Glass pressed inward in its frame. Not breaking. Not yet, just testing. The booklet trembled in my hand. The page made a dry, papery hiss. I could keep going upstairs and barricade myself in a bathroom that didn't lock, wait for police. Hope the person outside lost interest before finding a way in. Or I could go back down, cross the hall, and turn the kitchen light on again. The switch was maybe 12 steps away. Maybe less. From the living room came another push against the glass. The old wood frame gave a small, tired crack. And for the first time since buying the house, I understood that my routines had never made me safe. They had only made me predictable. I didn't go upstairs. That's the part Nate still gets angry about when he tells it back to me, like repeating it with enough disgust might eventually rewrite what happened. But fear doesn't always send you in the right direction. Sometimes it gives you one clear, stupid instruction and strips away every other option until obedience feels like survival. I went back down. "Mara, what are you doing?" Nate said through the phone. The living room window gave another small complaint from its frame. A slow inward push. The sound was not glass shattering or wood splintering, not yet. It was worse because it was careful. Someone was leaning their weight into it, testing the old latch, learning how much force the house would tolerate before making noise. "I have to turn the light back on," I whispered. "No, you have to get away from the window. The rule says." "The rule was put there by whoever is outside." "I know." "Then why are you listening to it?" "Because it was specific. Because it knew what had happened before Nate did. Because the first thing it told me not to do was the first thing I had already done. And that was a hook set so deep in my brain I could feel it tugging. I made it to the bottom stair with the booklet in one hand and my phone pressed against my ear with the other. The hallway floor was cold under my bare feet. From the living room, another pressure sound came through the wall, the soft scrape of a window being lifted a fraction and slipping back down. The kitchen switch was across the hall, past the archway, 6 steps if I moved fast. "Mara," Nate said, "police are coming." "How long?" Dispatch said units were tied up nearby. 5 to 10. 5 to 10 minutes is nothing when you're waiting for a pizza. It is a whole separate lifetime when someone is working at your window. I crossed the hall. The kitchen swallowed me in shapes. Counter, sink, table, refrigerator with the tiny blue magnet my realtor had given me, crooked on the freezer door. The air smelled wrong, not just old or damp, but sharp with disturbed dust and that burnt metal smell you get when a bulb has been on too long. I slapped the switch up. The kitchen light buzzed on. At the exact same moment, the living room window stopped moving. Not gradually, not like someone had reconsidered. It stopped. A beat passed. Then two. The refrigerator hummed. The moth, or whatever was left of it, ticked once inside the light shade. Outside, someone stepped away from the house. Board by board, porch wood groaned toward the stairs. I stood by the switch with my arms still extended, breathing through my mouth because my nose had started to run, and I did not want to sniffle loud enough for him to hear. "Mara," Nate said. He stopped. Who stopped? The person at the window. Good. Now go upstairs. But the booklet was open in my hand. Should have closed it. I should have dropped it on the table and backed away, because every horror story starts when someone chooses information over movement. But I had already made the first bad choice, and bad choices have momentum. Rule 2 was written under the first one. Rule 2, check the basement door before you call police. If the chair is missing, you have less time than you think. I read it twice. The basement door was in the kitchen, beside the pantry, painted the same tired white as the trim. It had a hook and eye latch on the outside that I had thought was quaint when the inspector pointed it out. Right before he told me, the stairs were steep and probably original. The chair was mine, though. A folding metal chair I had wedged under the knob after the first week because the basement door had drifted open one evening while I was making tea. Old house, uneven floors, nothing to panic over. I looked at the basement door. The chair was gone. The space beneath the knob was empty. My voice came out scraped thin. "Nate, what? The chair I put under the basement door isn't there. You put a chair under the basement door. It kept opening. Why didn't you tell me that?" "Because I didn't want you to do the voice." "What voice?" "The one you're doing now." "Mara, listen to me. Is the basement door open?" I took one step closer. The hook latch was still in place. At first, that made me feel better. Then I noticed the eye screw was hanging loose from the doorframe, angled downward in splintered wood. Not opened, forced. The hook still sat in the eye, useless now, because the eye had been pulled halfway out of the jamb. The basement door itself was not fully closed. A black vertical line showed along the latch side. From below, air moved through that gap, cold and wet, and carrying the mineral smell of the foundation. It slid over my ankles. "I think someone came up from the basement," I said. Nate went quiet for half a second then. "Leave the house." "I can't. He's outside. Use the back door. The back door is in the kitchen. Then use it." I looked toward the back door, past the little table, and the stack of flattened moving boxes I had been too tired to take out. It opened onto a narrow wooden porch and 3 steps down into the fenced yard. Beyond that, an alley ran behind the row of houses, cluttered with trash bins and telephone poles and garages with bad motion lights. The key was in the ceramic dish on the counter. The deadbolt on the back door was locked. It seemed possible for one clear second. Grab key, unlock, run. Then the porch light outside the back door clicked on. Not my kitchen light, the exterior light. White glare filled the window in the upper half of the door. A shape moved behind the frosted glass. Tall, shoulders hunched, close enough that I could see the blurred oval of a head. Nate heard the tiny gasp I made. What now? He's at the back. Same person. I don't know. How many exits do you have? Front, back, basement, bulkhead. You have a bulkhead. Outside cellar doors. They're padlocked. From inside. No outside. Windows. Painted shut, most of them. You bought a fire trap, he said, and under any other circumstance, I would have snapped back. Instead, I watched the shape behind the back door glass lift one hand and press something flat against the pane. A phone. The screen glowed outward through the frosted glass. My own face appeared on it. Not a photo from social media. Not the neat, smiling one I used for work. This was live or recently recorded. My hair was loose around my face. My mouth was slightly open. Kitchen light above me. Same angle as if the phone were watching from somewhere near the pantry. From inside the house, I made a sound that was not quite a word. Mara, Nate said, talk. He has video of me. What kind of video? Now, in the kitchen, from inside. Where would a camera be? I turned slowly, because suddenly every object in the room had a little dark eye. The smoke detector over the archway, the microwave clock, the black circle of the old doorbell chime box mounted high on the wall, the unpacked cardboard box marked office, the vent near the floor. I don't know. The person outside tapped the phone against the glass. Once, twice, then held up one finger. Wait. The rule book slipped in my sweaty hand. I looked down before I could stop myself. Rule 3. Rule 3. Do not trust the first officer who arrives alone. That was when the police lights hit the front windows. Red, blue, red, blue. They moved across the dining room wall in broken stripes, catching the glass in the cabinet I still hadn't filled. A car door slammed out front. The person behind the back door vanished so fast the porch light showed only empty steps. Nate, I whispered. Police are here. Stay on the phone with me until you're with them. A voice boomed from the porch. Police. Miss Ellison, relief should have been simple. It was. It came mixed with Rule 3, with the missing chair, with my own face glowing on a stranger's phone. I moved into the hall, but stopped several feet from the door. Miss Ellison, the officer called again. Dormont Police, are you inside? The front porch board complained under his weight. I looked through the peephole. A uniformed officer stood under the dead porch light, lit by the flash of his own cruiser. He was white, late 40s maybe, broad around the middle, rain-speckled jacket, zipped to his chin. He kept one hand near his belt, but not on his weapon. Behind him, the street was empty except for the cruiser angled at the curb. One officer. Alone. Officer Daniel Price, 48 male, was the first responder at the front door. He had a square, tired face and the wary patience of a man who had answered too many domestic calls, false alarms, and drunk neighbor complaints to rush toward anyone's panic without first measuring it. He was not introduced to me by name right away. His badge gave me that later. In that moment, he was only a uniform on my porch, and the rulebook had already poisoned what should have been rescue. "Miss Ellison," he said, "dispatch got a call from your brother. He said possible intruder. I need you to step away from the door and tell me if you're hurt." I didn't open it. Nate spoke in my ear. "Is there more than one?" "One car," I murmured. "What? One officer. Tell him to wait for backup." "I can't just—" "Yes, you can, tell him." Officer Price leaned closer to the peephole. "Ma'am, I need you to answer me." "I'm here," I called. "Are you injured?" "No." "Is anyone inside with you?" I looked toward the kitchen. The basement door breathed cold into the house. "I don't know." His expression changed. Small but real. "Okay, open the door and come out to me." "No, ma'am, can you wait for another officer?" He stared at the door for a second like I had insulted him personally. "Miss Ellison, if someone is in your house, you need to exit now." There was someone at my back door. I checked the front approach. "I need you to let me get eyes on you." "Did you check the back?" "I just arrived." "Then how do I know he's not still there?" The officer's jaw tightened. Nate said, "Good." Talking. I hated both of them right then. The officer for sounding annoyed when my life had narrowed to hinges and locks. Nate for being right in my ear, right and useless and far away. Officer Price lifted his radio. "Dispatch, start me another unit to Hazel, possible burglary in progress. Resident is inside, refusing exit, refusing exit." Like I was being difficult. Like I hadn't watched my own face on a stranger's phone. "Miss Ellison," he said, "I'm going to check around the exterior. Stay away from windows. Do not go into the basement." That last sentence made the booklet feel heavier. "What did you say?" I said, "Do not go into the basement." "Why?" "Because if someone's in there, that's where they want you." It was the most sensible thing anyone had said all night. He stepped away from the door, porch boards groaning, and moved toward the side path between my house and the neighbor's retaining wall. His flashlight beam swept across the front window, then vanished. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then something banged in the basement. Not the soft house settling pop. Not a pipe. A hard, panicked strike. Then another. From below the kitchen, under my feet, bang, bang, bang. The sound rattled through the floorboards and up my legs. I backed into the banister. Nate said, "What was that?" "Basement." The banging came again, faster now. 3 hits. Then a muffled voice. Female. "Help." Everything in me stopped arranging itself around the stranger outside and snapped toward that sound. "Help me." I moved before I decided to. Into the kitchen, toward the basement door. Nate almost shouted, "Do not open that door. There's someone down there, or someone making you think that. It's a woman. So, she's trapped. So are you if you open it." The hook latch trembled, not because anyone touched it from my side, because the door shook with each pounding strike from below. The loose eye screw twisted in the chewed wood. "Please," the woman below screamed. "He locked me in. Please." Her voice cracked on the last word. I put my palm on the door. The wood vibrated under my skin. "Mara, listen to me," Nate said. "Ask her name." "What?" "Ask her name. Keep the door closed. Ask who she is." I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" The pounding stopped. The quiet after it had texture. Pipes ticking. Refrigerator hum. My own breath too loud. Then the woman said, closer to the door now, "Lena." My name is Lena. Please, please open it. Lena Hart, 29, female, was introduced only as a voice from behind the basement door at first. She sounded young, hoarse, and terrified, with the breathless urgency of someone who had been crying hard or breathing bad air. Whether she belonged in my house, how she got into my basement, and why she knew enough to beg from the other side of that door were all impossible to know then. How did you get in my basement? I asked. I don't know this house, she said. He brought me here. Please, I can smell gas or something. Please, gas. That word moved through me faster than fear. I looked toward the stove. 4 burners, old pilotless range. I hadn't used it since toast at dinner. Still, the smell in the kitchen, the sharpness I had mistaken for hot dust, seemed to rearrange itself in my nose. Not exactly rotten eggs, not strong, but sour enough that once I thought of gas, I couldn't unthink it. Nate, I said. She says she smells gas. Do you smell gas? I don't know. That means maybe. Do not turn anything on or off. The kitchen light is already on. Don't touch switches. Don't use the phone near the basement door if you can smell gas. I almost laughed because the phone was already glued to my face and everything was already wrong. Can a phone ignite gas? Unlikely, but don't create sparks. Open windows if you can do it safely. They're painted shut. Then get out, back door. No, front if police are there. A thud came from the side yard outside. Officer Price shouted something I couldn't make out. His radio crackled, then cut off. The woman in the basement coughed. Not a polite cough. A deep, tearing sound. Please, she said. It's getting worse. Concrete problem arrived all at once, so plain and ugly that it almost steadied me. Someone might be trapped in my basement with a gas leak, while someone else might be outside, and the only officer on scene was somewhere along the side of the house with no backup yet. Time mattered now. Not rulebook time, real time, air in lungs, gas in a closed space, a stranger losing the ability to stand. Lena, I called, can you get up the stairs? No, there's something against the door down here. What? I don't know, heavy, a shelf or something. I looked at the door. The missing chair hadn't been to keep something in the basement. It had been to keep the basement from opening, or to make me believe that. Another bang sounded outside, this time from the back of the house. A man grunted. Then Officer Price yelled, "Stop, police." Footsteps pounded across wet grass. The shape at the back door flashed past the frosted glass. The door handle jerked. Once, twice. I screamed and stumbled back into the table. The ceramic dish fell, scattering keys across the floor in bright little metallic skitters. The back door held for 1 second. Then the deadbolt turned from the inside, slow, deliberate. I watched the thumb turn rotate because I had left the key in the lock, not in the dish, in the lock. I had forgotten. Maybe when I brought in groceries, maybe yesterday, maybe 3 days ago. One of those small, careless things I told myself did not matter because I lived alone. My private flaw had teeth now. My need to control every lock and light had missed the one thing that actually counted. The deadbolt clicked open. The handle began to turn. I lunged for the flattened moving boxes beside the table and shoved the whole stack against the door with my shoulder. Cardboard folded. Useless. The door opened 2 inches and stopped against my weight. hand came through the gap. Male, bare, dirt under the nails. It slapped at the inside of the door, searching for purchase. Nate was shouting in my ear. I dropped the phone. It hit the linoleum and slid under the table, still connected, his voice now small and tinny. I grabbed the nearest thing on the counter, a cast iron skillet I had unpacked but not washed. My mother's skillet, heavy as a brick. The hand found the chain lock. I swung. The skillet hit fingers with a sound like snapping sticks under a boot. The hand vanished. A man screamed outside, high and furious. I slammed the door shut and twisted the lock with my shaking fingers. No key this time. Just the thumb turn. Then I dragged the kitchen table sideways, legs shrieking across linoleum, and jammed it against the door. Behind me, Lena coughed again. Under the table, Nate's voice kept saying my name. Outside, Officer Price shouted from the yard, closer now. Get away from the door. Then 2 gunshots cracked in the alley. Not movie loud, real loud, flat, brutal, and close enough to punch the air from my chest. The kitchen light flickered once. The basement door jerked inward against its damaged latch. Lena screamed from below. The booklet lay open on the floor by my foot, pages fluttering from the draft under the basement door. Rule 4 had been written on the next page. I bent just enough to see it. Rule 4. If someone in the basement asks for help, ask what color the stairs are. The damaged basement latch gave a sharp wooden pop. 1 screw fell to the floor, and the door opened an inch from the other side. The question in the rulebook sat there like a loaded thing. If someone in the basement asks for help, ask what color the stairs are. The basement door opened another inch. The kitchen light made the gap shine along one edge, a narrow cut of black under old white paint. Cold air pushed through it, carrying that sour chemical smell. Gas, maybe. Damp concrete, maybe. Panic makes everything smell like proof. Lena, I said. My voice shook so badly it barely sounded like mine. From under the table, Nate's voice came through the phone, muffled by the linoleum and the table legs. Mara, answer me. I didn't pick it up. I couldn't take my eyes off the door. The basement latch gave another dry creak. The hook was still technically in place, but the eye screw had almost torn free of the frame. 1 more good shove from the other side, and the door would open whether I wanted it to or not. Mara, please, Lena said from below. Please, he's coming back. I swallowed. What color are the stairs? The silence that followed was immediate. No cough, no pleading, no movement, just the refrigerator hum and far outside, a radio crackle followed by a man shouting something I couldn't make out. Then Lena said, "What? The basement stairs," I said. "What color are they?" "There," she coughed, hard enough that it broke the sentence. "They're wood, brown." "I don't know. Please. I can't see well, wrong. Or maybe right." I had only been down there twice since moving in. Once with the inspector, and once to look for the water shut-off after the toilet ran all afternoon. The stairs were not brown. They were painted dark green, old porch paint green, chipped along the centers where shoes had worn through to wood. I remembered because the inspector had said, somebody used exterior paint down here, and tapped 1 step with his flashlight. Dark green, not brown. I backed away from the door. Mara, Lena said, and now there was something different in her voice. Not evil, not theatrical, just impatient under the fear, like a tired cashier still trying to sound polite while a customer counted coins. "What color?" she demanded. I bent fast, grabbed my phone from under the table, and pressed it to my ear. "Nate," I whispered. She said brown. "What? The stairs are green." "Then do not open that door." "I'm not." The basement door slammed inward. Only an inch or two, stopped by the mangled hook catching at the last possible angle. But the force of it made the entire frame jump. Paint dust shook loose and sprinkled the floor. I stumbled backward into the stove, hitting the knob with my hip. And for one awful second I froze, waiting for the click of gas. Nothing. No hiss. I turned just enough to see the knob still it off. Another slam. The hook bent. Outside, Officer Price shouted, "Hands, let me see your hands." Then his voice cut off in a wet grunt. "Nate," I said, "I need to get out." "Yes, front door if clear." Now, the first attempt was simple. Leave through the front, while the basement door held. I grabbed the skillet again because my hand knew its weight now. My palm was slick, my fingers tingling from how hard I had gripped it. The place where my elbow had hit the counter earlier throbbed. I moved from the kitchen into the front hall, keeping my shoulder against the wall so I could see both the basement door behind me and the living room to my left. The house layout was suddenly too important. Front door at the end of the hall, living room on the left, dining room behind it, kitchen straight back. Stairs going up on the right, basement door in the kitchen beside the pantry, back door past the table. Every opening felt like a mouth. The front door was still chained and deadbolted. Through the peephole, I saw the porch empty except for flashing red and blue light across wet boards. Officer Price's cruiser was angled at the curb, driver door open. Rain had started again, thin and silver in the strobes. I could hear the engine idling. No officer, no intruder, just an empty porch. "I think the front is clear," I said. "Open it and run toward the street," Nate said. "Do not go looking for the officer." I unhooked the chain with one hand. The sound seemed huge. Then I turned the deadbolt. The front door opened 3 inches and stopped. At first, I thought the chain had caught, but the chain hung loose. I pushed harder. The door flexed against something outside, something low, wedged at the base. I looked down through the gap. A length of yellow tow strap had been looped around the porch railing and hooked through the iron mail slot on my front door. The strap was pulled tight, making the door open just wide enough to show me freedom, and not wide enough to let me through it. My first thought was stupidly practical. When did he have time to do that? My second was worse. Before I ever came downstairs, the trap had not been improvised. It had been waiting. A scraping sound came from the kitchen. The basement door was moving again, not slamming now, but being worked back and forth with controlled pressure. I kicked at the front door. Once, twice. The old mail slot rattled but held. "Mara," Nate said, "the door's strapped shut." "What do you mean?" "Tow strap. Outside. Through the mail slot." "Can you cut it?" "With what?" "Kitchen knife." The kitchen was behind me, and whatever was at the basement door was in the kitchen. I'd have to go back. "Mara," a shadow moved across the porch boards. I froze. Something rose into view on the other side of the narrow opening, pale and rounded. A face. For half a second, I saw one eye through the gap, wide open and too close, reflecting the cruiser lights, red, blue, red. I screamed and shoved the door shut with my shoulder. The thing thumped against the outside, then slid down. Not a person. A rubber Halloween mask, the cheap kind with molded wrinkles and painted gray skin, had been tied to the toe strap. When I pushed the door, it swung up into the gap like a head looking in. Misdirection. A stupid prop. A terrible one, because it worked. I saw the fishing line then, trembling where it had snagged on the hinge side. The mask dangled against the door, bumping softly with each breath of rain-wet wind. Nate heard me trying to breathe. What happened? Mask, I said, just a mask. Okay, good. That means whoever did this wanted you scared, not dead at the door. Think knife, strap, can you cut it? I almost laughed again. You make that sound comforting. It's not. It's useful. The basement latch snapped. The hook tore out with a sharp metallic ping and skittered across the kitchen floor. The door opened. Only a foot at first. I turned and saw a hand curl around the inside edge from the dark below. Not Lena's. Bigger. Dirt ground into the knuckles. 2 fingers bent wrong from the skillet strike at the back door. The same man. He had not been outside anymore. He had gone through the bulkhead or had never left the basement. The second attempt became barricading the basement door. I ran back before thinking, because if that door opened all the way, the entire first floor belonged to him. I hit it with my shoulder from the kitchen side. The impact drove pain through my collarbone, but the door slammed mostly shut on his hand. He shouted. I grabbed the fallen kitchen table by one leg and dragged it away from the back door, leaving the back exposed, and rammed the table against the basement door instead. The legs scraped, caught, flipped sideways. It wasn't enough. The door opened again, shoving the table back inch by inch. The man below was strong, or desperate, or both. Mara, Nate shouted from the phone, now lying somewhere on the floor because I had dropped it again. I planted my bare feet on the linoleum and pushed with my whole body. The table edge dug into my thigh. The skillet clanged uselessly on the floor beside me. From the basement, the man breathed in rough grunts. Close, too close. A smell came up through the widening gap. Sweat, soil, mildew, and something sweet rotten that made my stomach fold. Then another voice whispered from below, not Lena's, and not the man, S. Help me, a child. I stopped pushing for half a second. That was all it took. The basement door shoved open hard enough to drive the table into my hip. Pain flashed white. I fell sideways against the counter, catching myself on the edge of the sink. The door opened 2 feet. A small figure stood halfway up the stairs. For one frozen second, I saw a child in a pale nightshirt, head lowered, hair hanging. Then the kitchen light caught the face. Plastic. A mannequin. Child-sized, dressed in an old shirt, tied upright with rope around its chest. It jerked forward because someone below tugged the rope, making it lurch on the steps like a body climbing. The recorded child voice came from a small black speaker duct taped to its back. Help me, it repeated, tinny and flat. Another misdirection, except this one didn't just scare me. It cost me the door. The man's shoulder appeared behind the mannequin. I grabbed the skillet and swung at the first real thing I could reach. Metal struck wood railing, then flesh. He cursed and dropped backward. The mannequin tipped sideways, hit the stair wall, and hung by its rope, spinning slowly. I slammed the basement door again, kicked the table up against it, and hooked one table leg under the pantry knob to brace it. It held, for now. I was breathing so hard I could taste acid. My hip burned. My shoulder felt loose and wrong. There was a smear of blood across one knuckle, though I didn't know when I had cut it. The phone crackled on the floor. I picked it up. "Nate," I said, "I'm here. Backup is close." I heard shots reported. "Mara, listen to me. You need air. If there's gas, you can't stay in that kitchen." He's in the basement. Then upstairs. The front door is strapped. Upstairs window. Most of the upstairs windows had been painted shut too, but the bathroom window opened. I knew because I had cracked it every morning after showering. It opened over the little sloped roof above the side entry, maybe 8 feet down to the narrow path between my house and the neighbor's wall. Not safe, but possible. "I can get out the bathroom," I said. "Go." I looked at the rule book on the floor. I hated myself for reaching for it, but I did. Information over movement. Again. Always. Rule 5 had been half covered by my footprint. Rule 5. If you have to leave through the second floor, take the red key from the hall vent. The hall vent. I knew the one. Upstairs, low on the wall between the bathroom and spare bedroom, an old return vent with a loose screw and dust packed in the grill. I ran. Behind me, the basement door thudded once. Then again. The table scraped but held. Up the stairs, the house felt narrower. The upstairs hall was dark except for spill from my bedroom lamp, which I had not turned on. That stopped me so abruptly, I nearly fell. My bedroom lamp was on. I had left that room dark when I came down. Nate said, "Why did you stop?" "My bedroom light is on. Keep moving." The bedroom door was half open. Inside, boxes, laundry basket, bed unmade. The lamp on my nightstand glowed warm and domestic, showing nothing that shouldn't have been there. Then I noticed the closet door. It had been shut. Now it was open 2 inches. Every old instinct in me screamed to check it, to know, to make the uncertainty stop. Nate seemed to sense the pause. "Do not check the closet." I wasn't. Yes, you were. I moved past it. The bathroom was at the end of the hall, tiny and cold, with black and white tile, and a clawfoot tub I had thought charming until that night, when every curved surface seemed designed to trip me. I shoved the window up. It stuck halfway. Rain blew in against my face, cold enough to sting. Outside, the side yard dropped into darkness. To the left, toward the street, red and blue lights pulsed through bare branches. To the right, the narrow path ran back toward the alley and the bulkhead doors. One of the bulkhead doors stood open. Black rectangle, padlock hanging, cut. So that was how he moved. Front porch, back door, basement, bulkhead, like he had mapped the house better than I had. I turned to the hall vent. The screw was loose enough to remove with my fingernails. Behind the grill, packed in dust, was a red painted key tied to a strip of cloth. My fingers closed around it. Downstairs, glass broke. The sound came from the back of the house, not the kitchen door. Maybe the little window over the sink. Maybe one of the basement windows. The house answered with a draft that moved up the stairwell and made the bathroom door breathe inward. "Nate," I said, "the bulkhead is open. Can you see police?" "No. Climb out the bathroom window and go toward the cruiser." "I don't know if he's outside." "You know he's inside." That settled it. I pushed one leg through the window. Then someone below screamed my name. Not Lena, Officer Price. "Miss Ellison, do not exit the side window." I froze with rain on my face and one bare foot on the slick roof shingles. "Why?" I shouted. "Trip line. There's wire across the side path." My stomach dropped. I looked down, squinting through rain and strobing police light. At first, I saw nothing. Then the side path flashed blue, and a thin wire appeared waist-high between the drain pipe and the neighbor's fence post, exactly where I would have dropped in the dark. Below it, half hidden in leaves, were broken bottles arranged along the concrete edge. Not a trap from a movie. A practical one, cheap, cruel, enough to cut bare feet, drop me hard, slow me down. Officer Price stood near the front corner of the house, one hand pressed to his upper arm. Blood ran dark over his fingers. His radio hung crooked from his shoulder. He looked pale but upright. The gunshots had not killed him. They had wounded him. "Stay inside," he shouted. "Back up 2 minutes out." 2 minutes, the longest measurement in the world. Behind me, floorboards creaked. Not downstairs, upstairs, from my bedroom, the closet door. I backed away from the window and turned. In the hall, my bedroom door opened wider. A figure stepped out, holding my laundry basket in front of himself like a shield. For one idiotic second, all I saw were my own clean clothes spilling over his arms. Then I saw his face. Young, maybe 20s, white, narrow jaw. A strip of duct tape across one cheek like a failed bandage. One hand wrapped in a towel darkened with blood from the skillet blow. His eyes kept flicking past me to the bathroom window, then to the red key in my hand. A second intruder. He had been upstairs the whole time. The house had not been breached once. It had been occupied around me. Caleb Voss, 26, male, appeared in the upstairs hallway as the second visible intruder. I did not know his name then, only that he was young, injured, soaked at the cuffs of his jeans, and frightened enough to be dangerous. He moved like someone trying to keep control of a plan that had started slipping. "Give me the key," he said. His voice was the whisper from the porch. My body tried to step back, but there was nowhere to go except the bathroom and the open window behind me. "What key?" He smiled without humor. "Don't." Downstairs, the basement door crashed open. The table toppled. A man's heavy footsteps entered the kitchen. Caleb heard it too. His face tightened, and for the first time I understood something important. He was not fully in control. Maybe nobody was. The red key cut into my palm. Nate's voice came from the phone in my other hand, small and frantic. "Mara, what's happening?" Caleb lifted a utility knife. Not big, not dramatic. A folding box cutter with the blade extended half an inch. "Phone down," he said. I threw the phone at his face. It hit his shoulder instead. He flinched. I lunged into him, not brave, just cornered, and we slammed together into the hallway wall. The impact knocked framed dust from a nail hole and sent pain through my bad hip. He grabbed my wrist. I bit his forearm. He yelped. I tore free and ran not to the window, not downstairs, but into the spare bedroom across the hall. It had one thing my bedroom didn't. The old solid core door I had joked was heavier than my future. I slammed it shut and locked the little push-button lock, useless but better than air. Then I shoved the unpacked book boxes against it. 1, 2, 3. My breath came in ragged barks. My arms shook so badly I dropped the red key twice. The spare bedroom window faced the front street. Through it, I saw the cruiser lights, Officer Price stumbling toward the porch, and another police car turning onto Hazel with lights off, but headlights bright. Back up. Then the bedroom doorknob rattled. Caleb hit the door once. "Open it," he said, voice lower now. "You don't understand what you found." I looked at the red key in my hand. Behind me, the old vent in this room rattled, not from heat, from a wire being pulled somewhere inside the wall. A panel at the base of the closet slid open with a dusty scrape, revealing a rectangular dark space between studs. A crawl space. No, not a crawl space. A concealed passage cut through the shared wall cavity toward the attic slope. The rulebook had not been teaching me how to survive my house. It had been teaching me how to move through someone else's system inside it. From downstairs, the heavier man shouted, "Caleb." Caleb hit the door again, harder. The boxes shifted. Outside, the second police car stopped crooked at the curb. Doors opened. Voices shouted. The closet panel widened another inch by itself, tugged from the other side. And from inside the wall, very close, Lena whispered, "Mara, hurry." Not from the basement, from inside the wall. The push-button lock popped. The bedroom door began to open. The only way left was through the hidden panel, so I took it. The passage did not feel like a passage at first. It felt like crawling into the inside of a wall, because that was exactly what it was. Bare studs scraped my shoulders. Old insulation brushed my cheek in gray, itchy clumps. The air inside had its own smell, different from the basement damp and kitchen gas panic, a dead, papery smell, dust, and mouse droppings and warm electrical wire. My bare knees landed on a strip of plywood laid across joists, and it flexed under my weight with a soft complaint. Behind me, the spare bedroom door burst open. Caleb hit the boxes hard enough to shove one across the floor. The sound came through the wall as a thud, then another, then his voice right behind me. "Mara, don't go in there." That made me laugh once, short and ugly, because of course that was where he drew the line. I pulled myself forward on my elbows, the red key clenched between two fingers so tightly the teeth cut into my skin. My hip screamed each time it dragged over the plywood seam. My cut knuckle left little commas of blood in the dust. Ahead, something moved. "Mara," Lena whispered. I froze. There was a faint gray shape 6 feet in front of me, crouched where the wall cavity widened under the slope of the roof. She was real. That was the first thing I understood. Real knees, real hands, real face streaked with dirt. Her hair was dark and matted at one side, and a strip of duct tape hung from her wrist like someone had cut or torn her free in a hurry. Lena Hart, 29, female, was no longer only a voice. She was small-framed, barefoot like me, wearing jeans and a sweatshirt with one sleeve torn at the cuff. Her breathing had a shallow whistle in it, and the skin around her mouth looked pale in the dim light from a crack somewhere ahead. She looked terrified, but not surprised to see me. That scared me almost more than anything else. "How are you in the wall?" I whispered. "He put me in through the attic hatch," she said. "Please, keep moving." "Who?" She looked past me. Caleb's arm reached into the panel opening behind us. I kicked backward on instinct. My heel struck his wrist. He cursed, then grabbed for my ankle. His fingers closed around my heel, slippery and hot. No room to swing, no room to run, just wood, dust, and his hand pulling me backward inch by inch. I slammed my foot down against the side stud. My toes bent wrong. Pain burst up my leg. I kicked again and caught his damaged fingers. He let go with a strangled sound. "Move," Lena hissed. So I moved. The passage ran parallel to the upstairs hallway for maybe 10 feet, then turned sharply right over the staircase wall. I could hear everything outside it, as if the house had become a cheap instrument. Police at the front door shouting commands, Officer Price coughing or groaning somewhere below, the heavier man crashing through the kitchen, Caleb crawling into the wall behind me despite everything. Then another sound, a voice from downstairs. "Caleb, get the key," the heavier man, the one from the basement. His voice was older than Caleb's, rougher, with a Pittsburgh scrape to the vowels. He sounded angry, but under that anger there was something like fear. Not of police, of failing. I dragged myself around the turn, and the passage opened into a triangular attic crawl space over the front porch. The roof sloped low enough that I had to crouch. Rain tapped overhead on shingles, steady and close. A single battery lantern sat on the plywood floor, turned down low, throwing weak light over a mess of things arranged with awful care. A coil of yellow tow strap, a roll of fishing line, a pack of cheap wireless cameras, 3 small black speakers, zip ties, a printed floor plan of my house, and a stack of spiral notebooks identical to the rule book. For a second, I could not move. The room was not haunted. It was worse. It was organized. Lena crawled beside me and grabbed my arm. Her fingers were freezing. "Don't stop." "What is this?" I said. "They used the house," she whispered. "The old owner knew, or somebody after him. I don't know, they watch people." "What do you mean, people?" She shook her head fast. "Key. The key opens the panel over the basement stairs. We can lock him below." Below us, police struck the front door. "Dormont police. Step away from the door." The tow strap was still holding it. The house answered with a hollow boom as a shoulder or ram hit wood. Caleb crawled into the attic space behind us. His face was wet with sweat. The duct tape on his cheek had peeled loose, revealing a shallow cut underneath. He held the box cutter low, blade out. "Give me the key," he said again. Lena moved behind me, not away from him, behind me. That tiny movement told me too much and not enough. Caleb saw me notice. "She's not your friend," he said. Lena's grip tightened on my arm. "He helped them take me. I helped you get loose. You locked me in. I locked you away from Royce." The heavier man had a name now. Royce. Royce Kessler, 53 male, was not yet in front of me, but his name carried through the house before he did. He was the central weight behind the night, older, larger, and familiar with the hidden spaces. Whether he was related to the previous owner or simply using the name. I did not yet know, but everyone's fear seemed to bend around him. From the kitchen below, Royce shouted, "Caleb!" Caleb flinched. There it was again. The crack in the plan. I held up the red key, not giving it to either of them. "What does this open?" Lena said. "A lock." Caleb said, "A room." The two words overlapped. I looked from one to the other. Caleb swallowed. The box cutter trembled slightly in his hand, either from pain or adrenaline. "Listen to me. Royce kept things in this house before your closing. Cameras, recordings, IDs, cash. He thought nobody would find the wall route after Kessler died." "Kessler," I said. "His uncle," Lena said. "The old man who owned it." Caleb shot her a look. The front door boomed again. This time something cracked below. Police voices rose. Royce roared from downstairs, "Do not open that door." Then a crash. Maybe furniture. Maybe him throwing something against the hall. The smell of gas or chemicals thickened. My eyes watered. Lena coughed into her sleeve, bending hard at the waist. Caleb pointed the knife at me, but did not step closer. "Royce wrote the rules." That hit wrong. "No," I said. "He wrote them for himself, for moving around, for scaring you where he needed you." I added pages. What? The red key, the stair question, the second floor exit. I added what I could after he brought Lena back here. Lena stared at him like she wanted to spit. "You expect a thank you," she said. "No," his voice cracked on it. And that was the calm part. A small, terrible lull in the attic crawlspace while rain ticked overhead and the police battered the front of my house. And a man named Royce moved below us like a storm in the walls. In that lull, everything lined up. The kitchen light had not been magic. It was control, a signal. A camera needed light. The first rule was there to keep me visible, to stop me from moving through the dark while they watched. When I turned it off, I made the feed useless. That was why the man came to the door. That was why the warning sounded like a punishment. The rule book was not protection. It was a fight over the script. Royce had written terror. Caleb had edited in escape routes. Neither had asked whether I wanted to be in their story. The front door gave way below with a splintering crack. Police shouted. At the same time, Royce fired. One gunshot. Inside the house now. The attic air seemed to jump. Someone yelled from the front hall. Another voice shouted, "Officer down, officer down." Caleb turned toward the sound. That was when Lena moved. She grabbed a coil of fishing line from the floor and flung it at his face. It didn't hurt him, not really, but it startled him. I lunged low, driving my shoulder into his knees. We both went down on the plywood hard enough that the lantern tipped and rolled, sending shadows swinging wild across the roof beams. The box cutter skittered away. Caleb grabbed my hair. I screamed because it was immediate and stupidly intimate, pain at the scalp, his fist twisting hard enough to make my eyes water. I clawed backward and caught his injured hand. He gasped. Lena kicked the box cutter farther into the dark. "Stop," Caleb said. "Stop. I'm not trying to." Lena hit him with the battery lantern. Plastic cracked against his temple. He collapsed sideways, not unconscious, not like movies. He curled around his head and moaned, one hand pawing at the floor. Blood appeared at his hairline, slow and dark. Lena grabbed my wrist. "Now," crawled through the attic space toward a low rectangular panel at the far end. The red key fit into a small padlock mounted through a hasp on the inside. My hand shook so badly I missed twice. Below, boots pounded. Police were in the house. Royce shouted from the kitchen, words breaking apart into fury. Then another gunshot cracked. Drywall dust fell from the ceiling seam. The bullet had come up through the floor somewhere near the attic entrance. Not aimed, maybe. Maybe fired wildly. It did not matter. A round hole appeared in the plywood 3 feet behind my knee. Lena screamed. I got the key in, turned. The lock opened. The panel swung inward into a cramped vertical shaft beside the chimney. A ladder made of screwed in 2x4s led down into darkness. Warm air rose from below, not basement cold. Kitchen warm. This goes to the pantry wall, Lena said. You said basement stairs. Past the pantry. We have to cut across. You lied. I got you here, did I? There was no time to hate her properly. She went first, climbing down with one hand and one foot working badly, like her ankle had been injured. I followed. My shoulders scraped the shaft. The red key hung from my bloody fingers. Above us, Caleb groaned and said something I couldn't hear. The shaft opened behind a loose panel in the pantry. From there, I could see the kitchen through a crack. Royce stood between the basement door and the hall. He was bigger than I had imagined, broad in a dark rain jacket, with gray hair plastered to his forehead and blood on one cheek that might not have been his. He held a handgun low in his right hand, pointed toward the floor, but ready. His left hand had 2 fingers wrapped in dirty cloth. The skillet had done something, at least. The kitchen table lay overturned. The basement door was wide open behind him. The child mannequin hung crooked on the stairs like discarded stage dressing. Gas smell mixed with gun smoke and old damp. Police were in the front hall, but they could not see him clearly from that angle. He had positioned himself behind the kitchen arch, using the wall as cover. Put it down, an officer shouted from the hall. Royce answered by firing through the archway. The sound inside the kitchen was enormous. I flinched so hard my head hit the pantry shelf. A jar of peanut butter tipped and rolled. I caught it against my chest before it could fall. Tiny, absurd mercy. Lena's mouth was against my ear, the panel over the basement stairs. We lock him in from this side. How? Lure him down? I stared at her. No, if he stays here, police shoot him or he shoots them. If he gets the basement route, he's gone through the bulkhead. He has a gun. Then don't let him see you. I looked at Royce again. He was breathing hard, cornered, angry. But he kept glancing at the basement door, at the open stairs, at the route he trusted most. The trap tightened around all of us, not because the house wanted anything, because every person inside it had fewer choices than a minute ago. I had one thing he wanted, the red key. I stepped out of the pantry, not all the way, just enough. Royce. His head snapped toward me. The gun came up. I ducked behind the pantry frame as a shot punched through the wood where my face had been. Splinters struck my cheek. Hot pain opened under my eye. Police screamed commands. Someone fired from the hall. One round hit the refrigerator with a metallic thunk, and the fridge began to hiss, not gas, coolant, or a punctured line. A a sharp chemical spray that added another layer to the air. I crawled low behind the counter, dragging myself toward the basement door. Royce saw the red key in my hand. "Give it to me," he said. His voice was calmer now. That was worse. I held it up, then threw it down the basement stairs. It bounced once, twice, clinked somewhere near the mannequin. Royce moved without thinking. He lunged after it. Lena shoved the pantry panel open and slammed into his side as he passed. Not enough to stop him, but enough to throw his balance off. His shoulder hit the basement doorframe. The gun fired into the floor. I grabbed the cast iron skillet from where it lay near the stove. Everything narrowed. Royce turned. I swung with both hands. The skillet hit his wrist. The gun dropped. Not far. Just to the threshold. Royce backhanded me. The world flashed white and red. I went down on the kitchen floor. My ear rang. My mouth filled with copper. For a second, I could not tell which way was up. My cheek pressed to linoleum, gritty with paint dust and broken ceramic. Royce bent for the gun. Lena kicked it. It slid under the stove. Royce grabbed her by the sweatshirt and threw her into the counter. Her head hit the edge with a dull sound that made my stomach turn. She dropped, still moving but barely. The basement stairs creaked. Caleb, he had come down through the wall root and into the kitchen behind us, one hand clamped to his bleeding head. He looked at Royce, then at Lena on the floor, then at me. Royce pointed at him. "Get the key." Caleb's face collapsed into something young and ruined. "No," Royce blinked. Caleb reached for the overturned table and shoved it with his good shoulder. Not at Royce. At the basement doorway. The table slid across the floor, legs screaming, and knocked Royce backward onto the top step. Royce caught the railing. I moved, not bravely, not cleanly. I crawled on hands and knees through blood, dust, and spilled keys to the basement door. The red key lay 4 steps down, bright against dark green paint. Royce saw me. He kicked. His boot caught my shoulder, and pain burst so deep I couldn't breathe. I slid against the doorframe. Caleb grabbed Royce from behind. Royce elbowed him in the face. Bone met bone. Caleb fell. Police rushed the archway. Royce dropped down 3 steps, one hand reaching for the red key. I didn't go for the key. I went for the door. The basement door had an old slide bolt on the kitchen side I had never noticed because it had been painted white like the trim. Half the paint had cracked off during the fight. The bolt was stiff, swollen with age. I shoved it. Nothing. Royce looked up. His eyes met mine from the stairs. He smiled. Not wide, just enough. He started climbing back up. I put both thumbs against the bolt and pushed with everything left in me. It moved half an inch. Royce reached the top step. Lena, from the floor, grabbed his ankle. He kicked her in the ribs. She made a small, broken sound, but did not let go. The bolt scraped another inch. Royce slammed his shoulder into the door from the stair side. The edge hit my face. My nose burst hot. I saw spots. Caleb crawled forward and threw his body against the door with me. Together, we shoved. The door closed on Royce's hand. He howled. I drove the bolt home. The slide snapped into place. For 2 seconds, there was only breathing. Mine, Caleb-S, Lena's wet, painful gasps. Then Royce hit the basement door from the other side. Once, twice. The bolt held. Police flooded the kitchen. Hands grabbed me. Someone shouted, "Gun under the stove." Someone else shouted for medics. Officer Price's voice was outside now, faint but alive, telling someone the bulkhead was open. Royce pounded from the basement side, furious, trapped but not finished. Then, from below, another sound. The bulkhead doors. Metal banging open, of course. He still had the outside route. An officer sprinted past me toward the back door. Another went down the side path, shouting about the tripwire. Police radios crackled over each other. The house filled with commands, boots, rain smell, blood smell, the sharp hiss from the damaged refrigerator. I sat on the floor because my legs stopped pretending. Caleb lay beside the basement door, hands visible, crying quietly through a broken nose while an officer cuffed him. Lena clutched her side and stared at nothing. A crash came from outside the basement bulkhead. Then a shout, a struggle, a single hard impact. No gunshot. A minute later, 2 officers dragged Royce through the back door in handcuffs, face muddy, mouth bleeding, still fighting until they forced him down onto the kitchen floor he had turned into a trap. He looked at me once, not with surprise, with recognition, like I had finally become a problem worth remembering. The kitchen light buzzed above us, still on. The first rule stayed broken, but Royce Kessler was on the floor, breathing hard through his teeth, and for the moment, he was not in the walls. That had to be enough. By sunrise, my house no longer looked like a house. It looked like something that had happened to one. The front door hung crooked where the police had forced it past the toe strap. Yellow evidence markers dotted the kitchen floor like little warning flags. One by the stove where the gun had slid. One near the broken ceramic dish. One beside the cast iron skillet. One where my blood had dried in a dark smear next to the basement threshold. The refrigerator still made a faint, wounded hiss until a firefighter finally unplugged it and shoved the cord away with his boot. The kitchen light stayed on through all of it. Nobody asked me if I wanted it off. Maybe they thought I preferred it that way. Maybe nobody wanted to touch anything yet. Or maybe, by then, the light had become another piece of evidence, another object in a room where every ordinary thing had turned against me. I sat on the front steps, wrapped in a wool blanket that smelled like the back of an ambulance. Rain had stopped. The wet street reflected red and blue in long broken lines, and neighbors stood on porches, pretending not to stare, while absolutely staring. I remember one woman across the street holding a coffee mug with both hands, even though it was barely 5 in the morning. My nose had stopped bleeding, but only because one of the EMTs packed it. My cheek had a thin cut from the pantry splinters. My shoulder felt wrong in a deep, grinding way. Later, an X-ray would show no fracture, just a sprain, and bruising so dark it looked painted on. My hip turned purple by noon. My right foot had 2 broken toes from kicking Caleb off me in the wall. At the time, I only knew I was cold. Nate arrived before the ambulance left. He came running up Hazel Street in blue scrubs and an unzipped jacket, hair flattened on one side from whatever chair he had been sitting in at the hospital. A uniformed officer tried to stop him at the tape, and for a second, I saw my brother's whole face change. Not angry exactly, focused in a way that made him look older. "That's my sister," he said. They let him through. Nate dropped to one knee in front of me and took my face carefully in both hands, turning it just enough to see the blood, the swelling, the tape residue from where an EMT had checked my cheek. "I told you to go upstairs," he said. His voice cracked on upstairs. "I did eventually," I said. He laughed once, but it was not happy. It came out wet. Then he pulled me in, not tight because of my shoulder, but close enough that my forehead rested against the cold plastic name badge clipped to his scrub top. "You absolute nightmare," he whispered. "I know. You are never buying property alone again. I think that ship has sunk." He held me for another few seconds. Then he shifted into nurse mode because that was where he could stand to live. He asked the EMT about my vitals, my pupils, my pain level. He checked my fingers for circulation after I complained that my hand felt numb. He did not mention the rulebook until they loaded me into the ambulance. Then he leaned in through the back doors and said very quietly, "Did they find it?" I knew what he meant. The black spiral-bound notebook. I looked toward the house. A crime scene tech stood in the kitchen doorway holding it open with gloved hands, photographing each page under that yellow light. "Yes," I said. Nate nodded once. He looked relieved. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit, because some part of him had needed proof too. At St. Clair Hospital, the morning flattened into little pieces. White ceiling tiles, antiseptic smell, a plastic bracelet around my wrist, the tug of tape, the dry click of a curtain ring. I gave my statement in a treatment room while a detective named Marisol Varga sat beside the bed with a recorder on the rolling tray. Detective Marisol Varga, 41, female, entered the case that morning as the lead investigator from Allegheny County because the house quickly became bigger than a burglary. She had short, dark hair tucked behind one ear, a soft voice, and the patient stillness of someone who had learned that frightened people remember things out of order. She did not push when I lost track. She asked small, practical questions and let silence do part of the work. "Start with the light," she said. So I did. I told her about the kitchen light, the phone call, Nate, the booklet, the porch, the first officer alone, Lena in the basement, the wrong color stairs, the mask, the mannequin, the red key, Caleb, Royce. I did not tell it well. I circled back. I contradicted myself on times. I cried once, not at the worst part, but when I described my mother's skillet hitting Royce's wrist, because I suddenly remembered her teaching me how to clean it with salt. Detective Varga did not write hysterical on her notepad, at least not where I could see it. She only said, "Trauma makes memory file things strangely. We'll sort the sequence with dispatch logs and body cameras." That was the first time I realized body cameras existed in my story. Footage, proof, a thing that could keep the whole night from turning into something people whispered about as if I had exaggerated it. Officer Price survived. The bullet had gone through his upper arm and missed bone, though infection became a concern because he had fallen into the muddy side yard near the broken glass trap. He came by my hospital room 2 days later, pale and stiff, his arm in a sling under his jacket. Officer Daniel Price, 48 male, seemed smaller without the porch and cruiser lights around him. He stood by the door like he did not want to come too far into the room. "I owe you an apology," he said. "For what?" "For thinking you were refusing to cooperate." I looked at the IV line taped to my hand. "I kind of was. You were trying to stay alive." It was the sort of thing people said after, when they had enough facts to be generous. Still, I appreciated it. He told me Royce had been caught trying to exit through the bulkhead with his hands cuffed behind him, still fighting hard enough that 2 officers went down with him on the wet concrete. The gun under the stove had been recovered. Caleb's box cutter too. The trip wire outside was photographed and cut. The refrigerator hiss had been coolant, not natural gas. But the basement did have a chemical odor from old solvent Kens Royce had knocked over while moving through the bulkhead. "So Lena wasn't lying about smelling something," I said. "She may have been wrong about what it was," he said. "But no, not lying about that. Lena had a concussion, 2 cracked ribs, and ligature bruises around both wrists. She also had a record from 2 counties over for prescription fraud and shoplifting, which the first news articles included before they included the part where she had been tied in the attic crawlspace. People like tidy victims. Lena was not tidy. Caleb was not tidy either. His full statement took weeks to reach me, filtered through Detective Varga and the district attorney's office. Caleb Voss had worked cash jobs for Royce Kessler for almost a year, mostly moving stolen goods through vacant houses and old properties Royce still had access to through family connections. My house had belonged to Royce's uncle, Edmund Kessler, who died 6 months before I bought it. Edmund had been reclusive and sick near the end. Whether he knew what Royce had built into the walls remained the question nobody could quite close. Royce had used the hidden passages long before me. Not constantly, not like a man living in the walls, despite what the internet decided by lunchtime on the second day. He used them as access routes, storage, surveillance, intimidation. The house had been a tool. After I bought it, Royce wanted something back, a safe. That was what the red key ultimately opened. Not the wall panel, not exactly. The red key opened a fireproof lockbox bolted into the brick behind a false panel near the basement stairs. Inside, police found cash, flash drives, several fake IDs, 3 passports that did not belong to Royce, and a little cloth pouch with jewelry that later connected him to 2 unsolved break-ins in Dormont and MT, Lebanon. They also found recordings. Some were of me. Nothing salacious, thank God, but that did not make it better. Me making coffee, me carrying laundry, crying at the kitchen table on the second Tuesday after I moved in, pressing a dish towel against my mouth so no one would hear me. Someone had heard me anyway. That was the thing I could not get around. The cameras were cheap and hidden in places I had looked at every day. A smoke detector shell, the old doorbell chime box, a vent cover, a hollowed-out plug in air freshener I thought the previous owner had left behind. They did not all work. Some had dead batteries. Some were positioned badly. That almost made it worse. It meant the whole system was not sleek or genius or cinematic. It was crude. It was patient. It had worked enough. The notebooks were worse in a different way. Royce had written most of them as scripts for fear. Rules that pushed a person toward lit rooms, away from useful exits, into predictable decisions. Caleb admitted he added a handful after Royce brought Lena to the house, because Caleb had panicked and wanted some way to slow it down, which was the kind of sentence that tries to sound like a conscience after the fact. Rule 3, about not trusting the first officer who arrived alone, had been Royce's. Detective Varga believed it was meant to make me delay opening the door long enough for Royce to reposition. Rule 4, the stair color question, was Caleb's. Rule 5, the red key, was Caleb's too. Asked Detective Varga if that meant Caleb had saved my life. She looked at me for a long second before answering. It means he helped create the danger and then helped reduce it. That was fair. I kept repeating it to myself whenever I felt tempted to make him either monster or hero, because categories are easier than people. Royce pleaded not guilty at first. Then the evidence stacked up: burglary, kidnapping, aggravated assault, weapons charges, surveillance-related charges, evidence tampering. A list long enough that Nate made me stop reading articles about it because my hands shook afterward. The house became a local story, then a regional one, then a 10-minute obsession for people online who drew floor plans from news footage and argued about whether I should have known, should have checked the vents, should have noticed the cameras, should have never bought an old house alone, should have opened the door for police, should have stayed upstairs, should have done everything perfectly while barefoot and bleeding at 2 a.m. I stopped reading comments after someone wrote, "Honestly sounds fake, because why would she follow the rule book?" I wanted to answer, because it knew my name, because fear loves instructions, because certainty is a drug when everything is breaking. But I didn't answer. I changed my passwords, replaced my phone, and moved into Nate and Miguel's guest room in Crafton for 6 weeks. Miguel Alvarez, 37, male, Nate's husband, became part of the aftermath in the quietest way. He made eggs I barely ate, drove me to follow-up appointments when Nate had shifts, and pretended not to notice when I stood in their kitchen at night, staring at the ceiling corners for cameras. He did not tell me I was safe. I appreciated that. Safe had become too big a word. Eventually, I went back to the house, not to live there, just to sign papers, meet the restoration company, and collect what I could still stand to own. The kitchen smelled like drywall dust and bleach. The refrigerator was gone. The pantry wall had been cut open wide enough to expose the shaft beside the chimney. In daylight, the hidden passage looked pathetic. Narrow plywood, bad screws, splintered edges. No mystery, no mythology, just carpentry used for harm. Nate came with me. He stood in the kitchen, arms folded, watching me watch the light switch. "You don't have to do this," he said. "I do." "No, you really don't. I mean for me." He didn't argue. I reached out and turned the kitchen light off. The room dimmed under the gray afternoon coming through the windows. Nothing moved. No porch board creaked. No phone buzzed. No voice came through the door telling me I had broken anything. I waited. 3 seconds, 10, 30. Then I turned it back on. Nate did not make a joke. He only said, "Ready?" I nodded. On my way out, I saw something tucked behind the loose baseboard near the basement door. A corner of black paper. My whole body went cold in the practical way, skin tightening, stomach dropping, breath gone. Nate saw my face. "What?" I crouched slowly and pulled it free. Not a notebook. A torn cover. Black cardstock, spiral holes ragged along one edge. No pages attached. Across the front was a strip of masking tape, the handwriting blocky and all caps. Not for Mara, that was all. No rule. No threat. No explanation. The police took it when I called Detective Varga. She said it could have been from one of Royce's older notebooks, dislodged during the wall demolition. She said there were lots of fragments still being cataloged. She said it did not necessarily mean anything. I believed her, mostly. The house sold 9 months later to a contractor who planned to gut it down to studs and rebuild. I signed every disclosure. Hidden passages, crime scene, surveillance, structural damage. Would think nobody would want a house after that. But people want all kinds of things if the price is low enough. I moved into a second-floor apartment in Squirrel Hill with a new deadbolt, new windows, and a kitchen light I could see from my bed if I left the bedroom door open. I still check locks. I still check lights. But I do it once now, maybe twice on bad nights. Nate says that counts as progress. My therapist says rituals are only safe if you can choose to stop them. Some nights, I can. Some nights, I stand barefoot in the hallway and listen. The building makes ordinary sounds. Steam pipes ticking. A neighbor's TV through the wall. Tires hissing on wet pavement below. I have learned that ordinary does not mean harmless. It only means nothing has explained itself yet. Last winter, during a storm, the power blinked out around midnight. When it came back, my kitchen light was on. Bad wiring, probably. A cheap bulb. A switch I had bumped earlier and forgotten. I stood in my bedroom doorway for a long time, watching that yellow rectangle on the floor. Then I walked into the kitchen. I did not run. I did not whisper. I put my hand on the switch and kept it there until I could feel the plastic warming under my palm. Then I turned the light off and waited in the dark until morning. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. Don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I work at a storage unit facility, and Unit 19 pays rent in cash every month. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing that felt wrong was the money. Not that Unit 19 paid in cash. Plenty of people still did that at Southland Storage, especially the older guys with junk hauling businesses, and the women who came in with envelopes folded inside grocery lists. Cash itself wasn't strange. What was strange was the smell of it that morning, wet cardboard, old pennies, and something sharper underneath, like the inside of a glove after a long day. The bills were stacked in a plain white envelope, exactly $720, and every 20 had a tiny half moon of dirt pressed into the lower corner, as if someone had counted them with hands that had just come out of the ground. I didn't notice the dirt at first. I noticed the sound. Tap, tap, tap. The envelope was sliding under the front office door, one patient inch at a time. It was 6:42 in the morning, and we didn't open until 7. My name is Avery Cole. I was 29 then, female, and I worked the front desk at Southland Storage on the south edge of Richmond, Virginia, where the city thins into auto shops, fast food drive-thrus, chain-link yards, and those long, flat commercial buildings that always look closed even when they are. Southline wasn't fancy. It had 200 outdoor units arranged in rows, lettered A through H, a keypad gate that stuck in humid weather, 6 security cameras with more attitude than usefulness, and 1 climate-controlled building that smelled permanently of rubber mats and mouse poison. I'd taken the job after leaving a property management office downtown, which is a polite way of saying I burned out answering calls from angry tenants and pretending maintenance delays were acts of God. Southline was supposed to be quieter, less personal. People came in, paid rent, forgot gate codes, complained about leaks, and left. Their lives stayed behind metal roll-up doors. I liked that. I liked boundaries. That sounds healthier than it was. I had a private talent for turning any uncomfortable conversation into paperwork. Someone cried at the counter because their dead father's tools were about to be auctioned. I printed a late notice and slid over a pen. A man hinted he was sleeping in his unit. I pointed to the lease clause and pretended not to see the pillow in his truck. Rules made me feel safe because rules didn't ask me to guess what someone needed. Rules had margins. That morning, the envelope slid another inch. Tap. The sound wasn't a knock. It was paper scraping paint at the bottom of the door, pausing, then scraping again. The office was still half dark, with the fluorescent tubes above my desk buzzing as they warmed up. Outside, the rows of orange unit doors sat under a low gray sky. A delivery truck growled past on Hull Street, its brakes coughing at the intersection. I stood behind the counter with my coffee cooling in my hand. "Hello," I called. Nobody answered. The front office had a glass door, but the bottom 2/3 were covered with a film of dust and dried rain spots from the night before. I could see only a blurred strip of parking lot and the pale shape of my own reflection. My face looked thinner in the glass than it did in mirrors, stretched by the bad light. The envelope came through all the way and stopped against the rubber mat. For a few seconds, I just stared at it. Then the landline rang. I jumped hard enough that coffee sloshed over my thumb. Southline's phone had an old-fashioned bell tone because my boss, Darren, said modern ringtones sounded like a robot being polite. It rang again, sharp and metallic, bouncing off the cinder block walls. I wiped my hand on my jeans and picked up. "Southline Storage, this is Avery." Static moved over the line. Not dead air, movement. A soft rubbing noise like a coat sleeve over a receiver. "Hello," more static. Then a man's voice said, "Envelope S there." He spoke quietly, not whispering, just close to the phone, each word pressed flat. I looked down at the envelope. Who is this? Unit 19. I turned slightly, enough to see the old tenant ledger open on my desk. Unit 19 was written in blue ink on the accounts page because Darren refused to fully trust the computer system. No name beside it. Just 19 paid cash monthly, DH only. DH meant Darren Holt, my boss, I said. We don't open until 7. I know. The line clicked. I kept the receiver against my ear for a second after he hung up, listening to the soft hum of nothing. Then I set it down very carefully, like being gentle would make the moment less strange. That was when Miguel came in through the side door with a ring of keys swinging from one finger. Miguel Ortega, 46, male, was our maintenance tech and weekend relief clerk, though he called himself the guy who keeps the place from collapsing into a lawsuit. He was from Norfolk, originally, built wide through the shoulders, with a trimmed beard going gray at the chin, and a walk that always looked slightly annoyed with the ground. He wore work pants, a faded Rams cap even though we were nowhere near Lowe's Angels, and one of those canvas jackets with pockets full of screws, zip ties, and unwrapped cough drops. Miguel had been at Southline for 8 years. He trusted tools, weather reports, and women over men, in that order. He stopped when he saw me standing by the desk. You look like the copier started talking again. I pointed at the floor. Someone slid rent under the door. He looked down. That happens. I was standing here. His expression shifted a little. And then they called, I said. Unit 19. Miguel's keys stopped moving. For almost a full beat, all I could hear was the fluorescent buzz and the tiny click of the wall clock above the filing cabinet. Then he said, too casually, Darren and yet. No, then leave it. Miguel. What? Who rents Unit 19? He blew air through his nose and walked past me to the coffee maker. Somebody who pays in cash every month. I gathered. Then you know the important part. He pulled the pot out too early. Coffee hissed onto the burner. He shoved it back with a curse under his breath. That tiny mistake did more to worry me than the envelope. Miguel didn't spook easily. I'd seen him open a unit full of black mold with a box cutter and a painter's mask. I'd seen him chase a copperhead away from row F using a broom and language I still couldn't repeat without laughing. He got irritated, sure. Defensive, often. But he did not fumble. I bent and picked up the envelope by 2 corners. Don't, he said. I froze. He stared at the envelope, then at me. Then he softened it into a shrug. I mean, don't get dirt on your hands. You don't know where cash has been. It's rent. Cash rent. It has dirt on it. Lots of people have dirt on them, Avery. Landscapers. Contractors. Guys who think showering is a government trick. I should have laughed. He almost wanted me to. Instead, I placed the envelope on the counter and opened it. Miguel made a low, frustrated sound. You really cannot leave a thing alone. I work the desk. Opening rent envelopes is literally my job. Inside were 36 20s, flattened and aligned. No note, no receipt slip, no check stub, just the money and the smell. Miguel leaned over despite himself. His nose wrinkled. Basement, he said. What? That smell, wet concrete. Southline didn't have basements. Most places along that stretch didn't. The ground held too much water after storms. and the drainage ditch behind our property filled with brown runoff, fast food cups, and once, memorably, a child's plastic recorder that played one sad note whenever the wind hit right. I flipped through the bills with the rubber tip of a pen. $7.20. Rents $7.20 for a 10 by 30 outdoor unit. That's high. Darren sets weird rates for weird people. Unit 19 isn't even climate controlled. Miguel looked toward the front windows. From the office, if you leaned near the printer and looked through the blinds, you could see the beginning of row A and the driveway leading toward the gate. Unit 19 was around the bend, first row past the dumpsters, backed against the older perimeter fence where the property dipped slightly. I'd walked by it 100 times. Orange roll-up door, brass disc lock, no stickers, no company name, no dust patterns from frequent use. Nothing special. That was part of what made it special. The gate buzzer sounded from the little black box mounted under the monitor. BZZZZZT. Miguel and I both looked at the security screen. The camera over the gate had condensation around the edges, turning the picture milky. A white pickup idled outside, headlights on, wipers dragging slowly across the windshield, though the rain had stopped. I recognized the truck before I could see the driver. Darren, Miguel said. Darren Holt, 58, male, owned Southland Storage, and 3 other facilities between Richmond and Petersburg. He was from Chesterfield County, with a salesman's smile that appeared and disappeared on command, and he dressed every day like he might need to attend a zoning meeting without warning. Tucked polo, belt, clean boots, watch too shiny for the rest of him. Darren had the strange confidence of a man who believed problems only existed if documented. If you told him something felt wrong, he would ask whether it affected revenue. If it didn't, it became weather. I pressed the gate button. On the monitor, the gate jerked open in 2 uneven shutters. Darren's truck rolled in. Put the money in the safe, Miguel said. Why? Because Darren's here. That is not an answer. It's the only one you're getting before 7. He turned away, but not fast enough. I saw him glance once more at the envelope with that tight, unhappy look. I did put the money in the safe, because policy was policy, and because my thumb still smelled faintly metallic where the coffee had burned it. The safe sat under the desk, bolted crookedly to the floor. I logged the payment in the computer under Unit 19, and when the account came up, most of the fields were blank. Tenant name, private contact number, DH email, none access code, manual notes, do not disturb, cash account. The system showed payment history going back 11 years. Every month, same amount, cash, no late fees, no gate entries. That last part made me sit back. What? Miguel asked from the coffee station. Unit 19 has no gate access logs. He didn't answer. I clicked through the entries. Southland's software was ancient but functional enough. Every tenant had a 4-digit gate code. Every entry made a timestamp. Even Darren's override code logged. Unit 19 had none. Not one. Not for years. Maybe manual means Darren opens it for him, Miguel said. Every month. Maybe. Then, why does the person pay before we open? Miguel rubbed the back of his neck. You should ask Darren. The office door opened, bringing in the damp smell of asphalt and diesel. Darren stepped inside with a folded newspaper under one arm, though I was pretty sure he only carried it for effect. "Morning, team." "Morning," Miguel said. I said nothing for a moment. Darren noticed the tone before the words. He always did. His smile thinned. "What's broken?" I pointed toward the safe. "Unit 19 paid." Darren's eyes flicked down, then back up. "Good." They slid it under the door before opening. Some tenants have early jobs. They called the office. Also common. "From what number?" Darren set the newspaper on the counter. "Avery." He said my name like a warning in a room full of customers, but there weren't any customers yet. Just the three of us, the buzzing lights, and the coffee burner making a sour, burnt smell. I opened the call log on the phone. The display showed unknown caller. I turned it toward him. Darren looked at it for half a second. Cash customers like privacy. Privacy is one thing. No name on file is another. It's an old contract. 11 years old. Yes. Why no gate logs? Miguel made a quiet sound behind me, not quite a cough. Darren looked at him, and for the first time that morning, the office felt smaller than it was. "You two got into the account?" Darren asked. "I logged the payment," I said. "You don't need to inspect every tenant record to do that." The record popped up, and now it can pop back down. He moved behind the counter, not aggressively. Darren didn't have to raise his voice to take space. He carried ownership like a smell, something that spread into corners. He tapped the keyboard, exited the account, and opened the daily receipts page. "Unit 19 is handled by me," he said. "Has been for years. Why? Because some arrangements predate you. I'm not trying to pry. You are absolutely trying to pry." That stung because it was true. I folded my arms. A man called and said, "Envelope S there." That's not normal. Darren looked tired suddenly. Not scared. Tired in a way that made him older. His jaw moved once, like he was chewing back a first response. "Did you see him?" he asked. "No. Vehicle? No. Then there's nothing to discuss." Miguel set his coffee down too hard. The ceramic clacked against the counter. Darren turned. "You disagree?" Miguel held up both hands. I didn't say anything. "You don't need to." The front door chimed before Miguel could answer. A woman stepped in carrying a plastic storage tote against her hip and a keychain clenched between her teeth. She froze halfway through the doorway, reading the room in that quick customer service way people learn when they've walked into family arguments by accident. "Sorry," she said around the keys. "Are you open?" The wall clock clicked to 7:01. Darren's smile came back like a light switch. "We sure are." Her name was Elise Marlowe, 34, female, from Henrico, though she told me that later while signing for a unit. She had cropped auburn hair, rain dots on the shoulders of her denim jacket, and the brittle cheerfulness of someone performing competence after a bad night. She rented a 5x10 for a temporary household transition, which usually meant divorce, eviction, or someone's parent moving into assisted living. Her hands shook slightly when she put the tote down, and something inside it shifted with a soft, glassy clink. "Moving day?" I asked. "Separation day," she said, then winced. "Sorry. Too much information." "Not here," Miguel said gently. "Here that's just Tuesday." Elise laughed, grateful and embarrassed. For the next 20 minutes, the morning became normal because customers have a way of forcing the world back into shape. I printed Elise's lease. Darren explained insurance coverage with his usual polished patience. Miguel went outside to check a reported puddle near row C. The gate opened and closed. Tires hissed over wet pavement. A crow landed on the dumpster lid and made a rusty little bark. I should have let the Unit 19 thing dissolve into routine. Instead, I kept seeing the account screen in my head. No gate entries, no name, do not disturb. While Elise initialed page 3, she glanced past me through the blinds. Is someone supposed to be back there? I turned. At first, I didn't see anything. Just the wet rows of storage doors, the faded yellow speed bumps, the drainage ditch beyond the fence. Then movement flickered near the corner of row A. And row B, a person in a dark hooded jacket stood beside the dumpsters, partly hidden by the angle of the building. Not walking, not unloading, standing. Probably another tenant, Darren said quickly. Elise hesitated. They were looking in here. Darren took one step toward the window. The figure moved at once, slipping behind the dumpster enclosure and out of sight. The office seemed to hold the afterimage of them. Darren turned back to Elise. We get people cutting through sometimes from the auto lot. Gates open during business hours. It's fenced, I said. He didn't look at me. Avery, finish Ms. Marlowe's paperwork. Elise watched us both. Her cheerfulness had drained off. I handed her the pen. Initial here, she did. The pen scratched loudly. When she left with her gate code and lock, Darren waited until the door closed before speaking. You are making this bigger than it is. I didn't make someone stand by the dumpsters. You're connecting unrelated things because you got startled. That was also possible. It annoyed me because I couldn't dismiss it. I had a history of turning small irregularities into systems. My older sister once told me I didn't solve problems so much as build cages around them. Maybe she was right. Maybe this was a cash tenant with a privacy issue, a stranger by the dumpsters, and an old boss who hated questions. Normal pieces. Bad arrangement. The side door opened, and Miguel came in faster than usual. There's mud by 19, he said. Darren closed his eyes briefly. I stood. What kind of mud? The wet kind, Avery. Miguel. He looked at Darren, then at me. His face had changed. No jokes now. Fresh tracks, he said. Boots. Coming from the fence line to Unit 19. Darren said, leave it. Miguel's eyebrows lifted. Fence line. I said, leave it. There's a cut in the chain link behind the ditch. The room tightened again. Even Darren couldn't smooth that over right away. The perimeter fence was our responsibility. Insurance cared about fences. Police reports cared about fences. Customers whose units got robbed cared a lot. How big? I asked. Big enough for a person. Hidden behind the scrub brush. Looks recent. Darren picked up his truck keys from the counter. I'll handle it. I should document it, I said, for the incident log. No, it's a security breach. It's maintenance. Miguel just said someone cut the fence, and I said I'll handle it. He turned toward the side door. Miguel stepped in front of him, not blocking exactly, but close. Darren, he said quietly, if someone's coming through the fence and paying Unit 19 under the door before open, maybe we should call it in. Call what in? Darren snapped. A man paid rent. Mud exists after rain. A fence got clipped by kids. Kids don't pay $700 in exact rent. Darren's face went hard. For a moment, I thought he might fire Miguel right there. Instead, he lowered his voice. You want cops wandering this place, asking tenants to open doors, spooking everybody. We have auctions next week, 3 overdue accounts, and a county inspection pending. You want to invite attention because you saw footprints. There it was. Revenue, documentation, weather. But I heard something else under it. Fear. Not panic. Not guilt exactly. But fear wearing irritation like a coat. The phone rang again. All 3 of us looked at it. 1 metallic ring. 2, the display read, unknown caller. Darren reached for it. I got there first. Southline Storage, I said, and hated that my voice came out thin, breathing on the line, close, uneven breathing. Then the same man's voice from before. Don't send him back there. My eyes moved to Darren. Who is this? Tell Holt to stay out of 19. Darren's face lost color in small stages. I pressed the receiver harder to my ear. Why? The man inhaled. There was a faint sound behind him, a dull bump, then a scrape, like wood dragged over concrete. Because rent's paid, he said. The line went dead. For a few seconds, nobody moved. Outside, the gate motor started up by itself with its usual strained groan. On the monitor, the picture flickered from the office camera to the gate camera. No vehicle waited there. The gate rolled open anyway, inch by inch, teeth clattering along the track. Miguel whispered, "That's not supposed to do that." Darren pushed past me and jabbed the control panel. The gate stopped halfway, then shuddered open another foot before freezing. The office lights hummed. A crow barked from the dumpster. And far back on the property, beyond the bend where Roby disappeared from view, a roll-up door rattled once. Metal on metal, not loud, just enough. Darren stared at the monitor, his keys clenched in his fist. Miguel looked at me. I looked at the incident log sitting open beside the keyboard, blank line, waiting for the date, time, and description. There were 3 choices in that room, though nobody said them out loud. We could pretend it was all separate, the envelope, the call, the mud, the fence, the gate, the sound from Unit 19, and let Darren walk back there alone. We could call the police and explain that we were frightened by rent money and a storage door. Or we could go look ourselves, just close enough to know which kind of trouble we were in. Darren reached for the side door. Miguel reached for the heavy mag light under the counter. And I reached for the incident log, because some part of me still believed that if I wrote a thing down clearly enough, it would have to stay inside the lines. Darren got his hand on the side door before Miguel said, "No." It was not a dramatic no. Miguel didn't shout it. He said it in the same tone he used when he found an extension cord sitting in a puddle, or a customer trying to strap a refrigerator to the roof of a sedan with packing tape. Flat, practical, annoyed at the universe for making him say obvious things. Darren turned slowly. "Excuse me." "No," Miguel repeated. "You're not walking back there alone." The gate was still half open on the monitor, stuck with 6 feet of space between the rolling bars and the receiving post. Past it, Hull Street traffic moved like nothing had happened. A city bus sighed at the light. A silver SUV turned into the tire shop next door. Morning had kept going outside our fence, which made the office feel even more sealed off and stupidly fragile, like a cardboard box pretending to be a building. Darren's fingers tightened around his keys. I own this place, and I fix it when it breaks. It's my tenant. It's our fence. I stood behind the counter with the receiver still in my hand, listening to the dial tone buzz against my palm. The incident log lay open in front of me. I had written the date. I had written 7:18 a.m. I had not written the description yet, because describing it would make it official, and official things had consequences. That was my flaw. It sounds small when you say it out loud. Cautious, organized, responsible, even. But I had spent most of my adult life believing a clean record could protect me from messy people. If something scared me, I filed it. If someone pressured me, I quoted policy. If a situation had no box to check, I froze until one appeared. There was no box for unknown man warned owner not to approach cash only unit after fence breach. Darren looked at me, put the phone down. I did not. Miguel noticed. Call non-emergency. Darren snapped. Absolutely not. It's a cut fence and a trespasser. It is also a storage facility full of customers who do not want police knocking on their doors because you two got jumpy. Customers also don't want strangers crawling through holes in the fence, Miguel said. Darren stepped toward him. You think I don't know that? Something in his voice cracked at the edge. Just a hair. Enough for Miguel to hear it. Enough for me. The front door chimed again before any of us could move. East Marlowe came back in, no tote this time, clutching her rental packet in one hand and her phone in the other. Her denim jacket was damp at the elbows. A smear of mud crossed the white rubber toe of one sneaker. Sorry, she said. The gate won't close behind me. Darren's face shifted so fast, it was almost impressive. We're handling a temporary malfunction. Okay, but my unit's back there. She pointed vaguely toward the rows. And I saw a guy near the dumpsters again. Miguel looked at Darren. Darren looked at me. I looked at Elise's muddy shoe. What guy? I asked. She hugged the packet closer. Same one, I think, dark jacket, hood up. He was standing by the drainage ditch, then he ducked behind the fence line. I thought maybe he worked here, but she glanced at Miguel's jacket, his keys, the maglite now in his hand. He didn't look like he worked here. Did he approach you? Darren asked. No. Say anything. No. Then go ahead and pull your car inside. Miguel will get the gate sorted. Elise didn't move. The gate is open. Anyone can get in. Darren smiled without warmth. We are aware. That was when the power flickered. The fluorescence blinked once, turning the room gray for half a second. The computer monitors went black, then rebooted with a tired chirp. The wall clock kept ticking because it ran on batteries, but the gate monitor flashed blue, then returned with a frozen image of the half-open gate. Outside, somewhere toward the units, a car alarm gave one short electronic yelp and stopped. Miguel muttered, "Great." The office smelled like hot dust from the lights and burnt coffee from the pot. My mouth tasted metallic. I tried the phone again. Dead for one breath, then alive. Storm damage, Elise asked. It rained, Miguel said. It wasn't a storm. Darren moved to the breaker panel beside the bathroom door and opened it. Probably a surge. The keypad box under the monitor beeped 3 times. Miguel looked up. That's the gate controller. On the monitor, the gate started moving again. Not closing, opening the rest of the way. The motor groaned, louder now, the sound traveling through the office walls. Metal teeth clattered over wet grit. The opening widened until the gate hit the stop with a dull clang that made Elise flinch. Darren jabbed the button. Nothing. Miguel crossed to the control panel and pulled the cover off with his thumb. It's not taking input. Manual release, Darren said. Manual release is on the motor housing. Then go pull it. Miguel laughed once. Back at the gate, while somebody might be on the property. You just said we shouldn't let me walk alone. Correct. So we go together. I finally set the receiver down. We should call the police. Darren turned on me. No. Elise took a step back toward the door. I can just leave. You can't, Miguel said before Darren could answer. Not safely. Gate stuck open, and if we've got someone cutting through the back fence, the best thing is for everyone to stay where we can see them. Elise's face changed. Fear sharpened her features, but embarrassment arrived right behind it, as if she felt rude for being scared. I have to be at work by 9, she said. We all had plans, Miguel said, not unkindly. Darren exhaled hard through his nose. Fine. Avery, lock the front door. I stared at him. With a customer inside, for safety. Just told her to pull her car inside. I am changing the instruction based on new information. There it was. Darren could say the sky was green if saying it kept him in charge. Elise looked between us. Should I call someone? Darren said no. Miguel said yes. I said nothing for half a second too long. That half second mattered. Elise unlocked her phone, and Darren reached out like he meant to stop her, not grabbing, just lifting his hand. Miguel stepped between them. Don't, Miguel said. Darren dropped his hand. His cheeks reddened. I was going to tell her what to say. She knows how to use a phone. Elise whispered, I don't have service. She held up the screen. No bars. I checked mine. 1 bar, then none. Southline had bad reception in the office because of the cinder block walls, but not usually dead. Miguel pulled his phone from his pocket and walked to the window, raising it like an offering. Nothing. Darren checked his and swore under his breath. Landline, Miguel said. I picked it up again. Dial tone. Thin, but there. Call 911, Elise said. Darren said, no one is calling 911. I started dialing anyway. He moved fast, not toward me, toward the phone base. He pressed the cradle down with 2 fingers, killing the tone. For 1 ugly second, nobody spoke. The office suddenly seemed full of little sounds. Elise breathing through her nose, the coffee pot clicking as it cooled, rainwater ticking from the gutter outside the front door, Miguel's hand tightening around the maglite handle. I looked at Darren's fingers on the phone. Move your hand, I said. His eyes met mine. Avery, listen to me. Move your hand. This is not what you think. I don't know what I think because you won't answer one question. His voice lowered. You call police. They come with questions. They shut down access. They notify every customer. They get a warrant if they feel like making a show. They cut locks. They open units. And if they open Unit 19 without understanding what they're looking at, people get hurt. The words landed wrong. Not someone gets sued. Not we lose business. People get hurt. Miguel heard it too. What's in there? Darren's mouth opened, then closed. A sound came from outside. 3 3 knocks, not on the office door, not near us. Metal striking metal, far back on the property. Bang, bang, bang. Elise covered her mouth with the rental packet. The noise echoed between the rows and broke apart, leaving the faint buzz of the gate motor still straining against its stop. Then the office phone rang. Darren's hand was still on the cradle. The ringing vibrated under his fingers. He lifted his hand slowly. I let it ring twice before I answered. Southline Storage. The line crackled. At first, I thought it was the same unknown man. Then I heard a different voice, higher, breathless female. Hello, is this the office? I straightened. Yes, who is this? It's Tessa. Tessa Kim. I'm in C42. My lock is jammed or something. I can't get out. For 1 second, I couldn't fit her words into the morning. Miguel stepped closer. What? I covered the receiver. Customer trapped in C42. Darren's face went slack. I put the phone back to my ear. Tessa, are you inside the unit? Yes, she said, and there was a scrape in the background, like metal shaking. I stepped in to grab my inventory bins, and the door came down behind me. I thought my husband was messing with me, but he's not answering. My phone barely works. I called from my watch first, but it failed. Then this went through. I can't lift it. Tessa Kim, 31, female, was one of our regular small business tenants. She ran an online vintage clothing store out of 2 units, always came in wearing neat sneakers and tiny gold hoops, and had once brought us leftover cupcakes after a holiday pop-up market. She was from Northern Virginia, practical and quick, the kind of customer who labeled every bin and swept her unit before leaving. She had never caused a problem. She had asthma. I knew that because she'd once had to sit in our office during a summer heat wave, using an inhaler while Miguel fixed the jammed latch on C41. Tessa, I said carefully, are you hurt? No, but it's dark, and it smells like gas or paint thinner or something. I don't know. I can hear someone outside. My skin prickled along my arms. Miguel said, ask if she pulled the inside rope. Did you try the emergency release rope? What rope? Miguel closed his eyes. Darren looked away. Older outdoor units did not always have inside releases. They were storage units, not garages. You weren't supposed to be inside with the door closed. Tessa, I said, keeping my voice steady with effort. Stay low if the smell is strong. Do you have a flashlight? My phone. It's at 12%. We're coming. Darren grabbed my wrist, not hard, but enough. I looked down at his hand. He let go immediately. You can't go back there, he said. There's a customer trapped in a unit. Miguel can go. Miguel doesn't have the master key list. I do. Then move. He didn't. And in that pause, I understood the time-sensitive shape of the problem with horrible clarity. We had a customer locked inside C42, possibly breathing fumes, with limited phone battery and no reliable cell service. The gate was stuck open. The rear fence had been cut. Someone had been seen on the property. And Unit 19, whatever it was, whoever it belonged to, sat between the office and row C like a question no one wanted to walk past. This was no longer about curiosity. It was about minutes. Tessa coughed on the line. A small, dry cough. Then another. Miguel moved first. He went behind the counter, opened the maintenance cabinet, and pulled out the big keyboard. Rows of tagged keys hung there, most labeled in his blocky handwriting. C42, C42, Darren said. That board doesn't have the tenant locks. It has our overlock keys. She's not overlocked. Then we cut it. With what? Miguel gave him a look. Bolt cutters, Darren. The thing you make me inventory every quarter. Elise stood near the front door, pale and silent. Her car keys shook faintly in her hand. I spoke into the receiver. Tessa, we're heading out now. Keep the line open if you can. Please hurry, she said. That did something to me. Not fear, shame. Because only 30 minutes earlier, I had been worried about whether writing the wrong thing in a log might make my job harder. Now a woman was trapped in the dark, asking me to hurry, and all my rules had become useless paper. Miguel handed me the C-row master ring and took the bolt cutters from the closet. You stay on the phone. I'm coming. No, Avery. I know the row numbers. I know the account, and she knows my voice. Darren said, you are not leaving Elise alone in the office. Elise said, I'm coming too. Everyone turned. She swallowed. I'm not staying here by myself with the gate open and some guy outside. You're safer in the office, Darren said. With you? She asked, and immediately looked like she regretted it. The words hung there. Darren flinched, just enough. Miguel said, she stays between us. We go to C42, cut Tessa out, come straight back. Darren, you fix the gate. No, Darren said. Miguel, no, Darren said again louder. Nobody goes near row B. C42 is past row B, I said. I know where my units are. Then you understand the problem. Darren took the keys from my hand. For a moment, I thought he was going to cooperate. Then he removed one key from the ring and slid it into his pocket. Miguel saw it. What was that? Nothing you need. The hell it is. Darren held the ring back out to me. C-row keys. Not B, not 19. I took them slowly. Why would we need a key to 19? He didn't answer. The phone crackled against my ear. Tessa whispered, someone just tried the door. I stopped breathing for a second. What? The handle. Someone pulled it from outside. Miguel stepped close enough to hear. I said, did they say anything? No, I yelled. They stopped. Can you hear footsteps? A pause. Then she said, yes. The office went very still. Which direction? Miguel asked, leaning toward the receiver. I repeated it. Tessa breathed in short, controlled pulls. Away, I think. Wheels too, like a cart. Miguel's eyes moved to Darren. Darren's face had gone closed again, but his left hand was inside his pocket, wrapped around the key he had taken. We have to go now, I said. Darren stepped in front of the side door. We go together. No one breaks off. No one touches Unit 19. No one talks to anyone we see unless I say so. Miguel barked out a humorless laugh. You don't get to command the rescue mission when you're the reason we don't know what's happening. Darren leaned toward him. You want Tessa out or you want to argue? That shut Miguel up because it was the right question in the worst mouth. I grabbed the incident log, tore out the page I had started, and folded it into my back pocket. Miguel noticed. Why? In case we don't make it back to the office before someone asks what happened. Darren gave me a look I couldn't read. Elise whispered, that's not comforting. No, I said, it's documentation. And somehow, absurdly, that made her let out one small laugh that almost turned into a sob. We left through the side door into air that smelled of wet asphalt, rust, and the sour green water sitting in the drainage ditch. The gate motor buzzed behind us, stuck and overheating. Somewhere beyond the rows, metal clicked once, then twice, a small, precise sound that could have been a lock, a tool, or a shopping cart wheel hitting a seam in the concrete. Miguel walked first with the bolt cutters and maglite. Darren stayed beside him, shoulders tight, eyes fixed ahead. Elise kept close to me. I held the phone to my ear with one hand and the key ring in the other, the tags tapping against my knuckles. "Tessa," I said, "I'm here. We're coming down the main lane. Please don't hang up." "I won't." We passed row A. Rainwater dripped from the gutters on each unit, steady little ticks against the concrete. Most doors were shut and padlocked. A few had damp cardboard stacked outside, waiting for tenants who always promised they were coming right back. The whole facility looked ordinary in that ugly industrial morning light. That was what got under my skin. Nothing had changed enough. The world should have looked different once danger entered it. At the corner of row B, Miguel stopped. Mud crossed the lane in smeared footprints. Large boots, deep tread, coming from the back fence, just like he'd said. But there was something else now. A drag mark ran beside them, two thin parallel lines in the wet grit, as if someone had pulled a hand truck or cart toward row C. Elise whispered, "Is that from my tote?" "No," Miguel said. Darren said, "Keep moving." Miguel angled the maglite toward Unit 19. It sat halfway down row B, orange door shut, brass lock in place. The concrete in front of it was wet, but not from rain. Rainwater spread in soft, edged patches. This was a narrow line running from under the door and down the slight slope toward the lane. Miguel crouched. Darren said, "Do not." Miguel touched 2 fingers to the liquid, rubbed them together, then smelled them. "Bleach," he said. From the phone, Tessa coughed again. Then she said, very quietly, "Avery, whoever's outside just came back." A scraping sound carried over the line, metal against metal. Then Tessa screamed, not long, not theatrical. Just a raw, startled burst that cut off as if she clapped a hand over her own mouth. "Tessa," I shouted. Ahead of us, from somewhere in row C, a roll-up door slammed once from the outside. Miguel ran. Darren ran after him. Elise and I followed, because there was no safe place left to stand. And behind us, near Unit 19, the bleach kept trickling out from under the door in a thin, bright line, washing dirt from the concrete as we moved deeper into the rows. Miguel reached C42 first and almost went down on the wet concrete. The lane between row B and row C dipped lower than the rest of the property, just enough for rainwater to gather in shallow gray sheets. His boot hit a slick patch where mud had been tracked across the lane, and the bolt cutters swung out of his hand, clanging against the base of a unit door. He caught himself against C39 with his shoulder. The impact made the whole row shiver, one metal door rattling after another like a bad idea traveling down a line. "Careful," Darren snapped, as if Miguel had slipped on purpose. Miguel grabbed the bolt cutters and kept moving. "Thanks, Dad." I came up behind them with Elise close enough that I could hear her breath hitching. The phone was still pressed to my ear. "Tessa," I said, "we're here. We're outside C row. No answer. Tessa, static. A faint scrape, then a cough so dry it sounded like paper tearing. I'm here, she whispered. C42 was 4 units from the far end of the row. Orange roll-up door streaked with rain, black tenant locked through the latch. Nothing about it looked dramatic. That made it worse. No broken hinge. No blood. No shadow crouched beside it. Just a sealed rectangle of corrugated metal with a woman inside and a smell she couldn't name. Miguel shoved the maglite under his arm and bent over the lock. Master won't help. Tenant lock. Cut it, I said. Darren grabbed Miguel's sleeve. Wait, Miguel looked at his hand. You do that again, you're losing fingers. Darren let go. Look at the hasp. At first I thought he was stalling. Then I saw it. A strip of metal had been threaded through the latch from the outside, not through the lock hole, but around the sliding mechanism, then twisted tight with something like pliers. It was crude, ugly work, but effective. Even if we cut Tessa's padlock, the latch wouldn't slide up. Miguel touched it. Fresh. Can you get it off? I asked. With time. Tessa coughed again through the phone. Time was exactly what we didn't have. Miguel set the bolt cutters on the twisted strip and leaned his weight into the handles. The cutters bit down with a hard metallic pop, but the strip didn't break. His face tightened. He tried again. Nothing. Damn it. Darren glanced behind us toward row B. Use the grinder. Miguel stared at him. The grinder's in the maintenance shed. The maintenance shed sat behind the office, back near row A, on the opposite side of the property. To reach it, someone would have to backtrack past Unit 19 and the open gate, while Tessa stayed locked in C42 with fumes and whoever had been near her door. I said, no, we use what we have. With what? Darren asked. Miguel was already pulling tools from his jacket pockets. A flathead screwdriver, pliers, a stubby pry bar. His hands moved fast, but not smoothly. Mud streaked his sleeve. His breathing had gone heavy from the sprint, and a vein stood out at his temple. Tessa, I said into the phone, Miguel's working on the door. Okay, her voice was small, the smell stronger. Can you cover your mouth with cloth? I have a scarf. Use it. Stay low. A thin tapping started from inside the door, not frantic. 3 taps, then a pause. That's me, Tessa said. So you know I'm right here. The taps hurt to hear. Miguel wedged the pry bar into the twisted metal and pulled. The strip bent a fraction, then snapped back, cutting across the back of his hand. He cursed and jerked away. A bright line of blood opened over his knuckles. Elise made a soft, distressed sound. I'm fine, Miguel said. You're bleeding, she said. I noticed. Darren stepped back, scanning the row. C42 sat with C41 to its left and C43 to its right. Across from us, row B backed up toward the old fence line, and beyond that, scrub brush thickened around the drainage ditch. Unit 19 was around the corner behind us, not visible from where we stood, but I could still smell bleach in my memory, sharp and false clean. We need another way in, I said. Miguel looked at the units beside Tessa's. Partition walls. What? These units share sheet metal dividers, not solid block. If C41 or C43 is empty or light, we might get through. Darren shook his head. No, Miguel rounded on him. Say no one more time. We can't damage tenant units without authorization. There is a tenant trapped in one. Then cut the lock. I am trying to cut the lock. Their voices bounced between the rows. Too loud, too exposed. I looked down the lane toward the far end of row C. A hand truck stood near C48, tipped against a closed door, its two black wheels wet and shining. For a second, I thought it was ours, one of the office carts customers borrowed. Then I noticed the wheels had left the same two thin drag lines we'd seen crossing from row B. Miguel, I said. He followed my gaze. The hand truck had a plastic storage bin strapped to it with a bungee cord. Gray lid, no label, water beaded on top. One corner of the lid had been cracked. Elise whispered, "Was that there before?" Darren said, "Don't touch it." Of course he did. Miguel walked toward it anyway, slower now, holding the maglite like a baton. I stayed by C42, phone pressed to my ear, watching both directions. Elise hovered close to me. Darren stood halfway between Miguel and us, torn between controlling the situation and not wanting to be nearest to whatever came next. Miguel reached the cart and lifted the bin lid with the end of the flashlight. Inside were towels, not bloody, not wrapped around bones or anything made for a movie. Just cheap white shop towels soaked through with bleach. A pair of yellow dish gloves lay on top, palms turned up, fingers curled by the wet. Elise let out the breath she'd been holding. The misdirection should have made me feel foolish. It didn't. The towels were explainable, yes. They were also worse in a quieter way. Someone had been cleaning something, recently, quickly, and they had left the cart in the lane because something interrupted them or because they wanted us to see it. Miguel looked back. Bleach towels, same smell. Darren's jaw worked. "You know about this?" I said. "No," he said. I didn't believe him. Inside C42, Tessa tapped again. 3 times, weaker. Miguel came back fast. C43, who rents it? I looked at the key tags in my hand, then at the unit numbers. "I don't know," Darren said. "Seasonal decorations, a church group. Is it packed? Probably. C41, overdue account. Contractor equipment." Miguel nodded. Then C43. Darren stepped in front of him. "We are not breaking into another unit." Miguel shoved the bolt cutters into his chest, not hard enough to knock him back, but enough to make the point. "Then you cut that strip off before she passes out." Darren took the cutters. For 1 second, he looked like he might actually do it. Then the office alarm began to scream. It came from behind us, back toward row A and the front office. A high pulsing siren, thin and electrical, bouncing over the unit roofs. Elise jumped and clapped both hands over her ears. Tessa cried out through the phone. "What is that?" she coughed. "Office alarm," Miguel said. "Motion or door sensor." "You locked the front door?" Darren asked me. "Yes. Did you arm it?" "No." The siren kept pulsing. Now the trap tightened in a new direction. The office held the landline, the account records, Elise's signed paperwork, Darren's truck keys if he dropped them, and the only easy path back to the street. The gate was still open. If someone had entered the office, they could access the safe, the keyboard, the security controls. If no one had entered the office, then the electrical system was failing in pieces. Both were bad. Darren looked toward the sound. "I have to shut that off." "No," Miguel said. "We stay with Tessa. We leave the alarm screaming. Neighbors call police." Good, Darren's eyes flashed. Not good. I made a decision before I could talk myself out of it. Elise, I said, stay by this door. Keep talking to Tessa. Don't move from Miguel's sight. Elise stared at me. What? I handed her the phone. Tell her we're opening the next unit. Tell her to keep tapping if she can. Avery, you can do this. She looked terrified, but she took the receiver. Her fingers were cold when they brushed mine. I turned to Darren. Open C43 or give me the key. He said nothing. The siren wailed. Tessa coughed. Miguel bled onto the bolt cutters. Miguel, I said, cut C43. Darren said, you will lose your job. That should have worked on me. It would have worked yesterday. Today, with a woman tapping from inside a sealed unit, it sounded small. Fine, I said. Miguel put the jaws around the C43 lock and cut. The snap cracked down the row. Elise flinched. Darren made a sound like someone had stepped on his throat. Miguel lifted the latch and shoved the roll-up door. It rose 6 inches, then stopped. Packed, he grunted. He got both hands under it and heaved. The door screeched upward another foot. A stack of plastic wreath bins leaned into the gap from inside, blocking it. Miguel kicked one back. The door rolled up waist-high, then shoulder-high, releasing the smell of dust, pine-scented air fresheners, and old cardboard. C43 was crammed, but not solid. Christmas decorations, folding tables, choir risers, plastic tubs labeled VBS, fake garland in black trash bags. No people. No immediate disaster. Partition, Miguel said. The metal divider between C43 and C42 ran along the left wall, corrugated and screwed into upright beams. If we could loosen a lower panel, maybe Tessa could crawl through. Maybe, partial solution. Not a good one. Better than waiting. Miguel grabbed a screwdriver and attacked the first screw. It turned twice, then stripped. Of course, he muttered. I went in after him. The unit smelled dry and stale, but the air felt safer than outside. My shoulder brushed a hanging plastic wreath, and a shower of glitter stuck to my sleeve. Absurd. I remember that glitter more clearly than I remember some of the worst sounds. Green specks on my wrist, while Tessa coughed through a phone 10 feet away. Darren stayed at the entrance, one eye on row C, one eye toward the office alarm. Help or watch, Miguel said. Darren came in. He pulled a multi-tool from his belt and started on another screw. His hands were steady now, which made me angrier. Fear had been slowing him. Control brought him back. Elise's voice drifted from outside. Tessa, they're right next door. They're making a way through. Keep your scarf over your mouth, okay? A pause. Then Elise said louder, she says hurry. Miguel laughed under his breath. Tell her noted. The first screw came out. Then the second. Darren got a third. We peeled the lower edge of the divider back an inch, enough to reveal darkness on the other side, and a wave of sharp chemical air that made my eyes water. Paint thinner, Miguel said immediately. Tessa coughed from behind the wall. Tessa, I shouted through the gap. We're here, her voice came faintly. I can see light. Move away from this wall while we bend it. I'm trying. Something scraped inside C42, then a heavy thud. Tessa, Elise said from outside, panic rising. I'm okay, Tessa rasped. Tripped. Miguel widened the gap with the pry bar. Metal complained, shrieking in the small space. The sound set my teeth on edge. Darren braced one foot against a stack of bins and pulled with both hands. The panel bent enough for me to see into C42. At first, only slivers. Tessa's phone light on the floor, boxes stacked high, the pale shape of her hand near a plastic clothing bin. Then I saw the source of the smell. A 5-gallon metal can lay on its side near the door, label turned away, liquid glistening around it. Something had punctured it or left it uncapped. The fumes collected low, and Tessa was on the floor exactly where I'd told her to stay low, because I had given her the right advice for smoke and the wrong advice for solvent vapors. My stomach dropped. "Don't stay low," Miguel barked. "Tessa, sit up if you can. Get your face higher," she groaned. The gap was barely 2 feet wide at the bottom, jagged with bent metal. Miguel tried to push through first and got stuck at the shoulders. "Too big," he said, backing out. Darren looked at me. I hated that he was right without saying it. I was smaller than Miguel. Elise was smaller than me, but she was outside with the phone, and I had already dragged her too deep into this. "I'll go," I said. Miguel shook his head. "Metal edge will cut you, then cover it." He grabbed a folded choir banner from a box and threw it over the bottom lip of torn metal. Darren held the upper panel back. I got down on my stomach, glitter grinding into the wet concrete under my palms, and crawled through. The edge caught my jacket, then my hip, then the back of my arm. Pain flared hot and immediate. "Stop," Miguel said. "I'm through." I dropped into C42 on my side, landing with one hand in the solvent. Cold wetness soaked my palm, and the fumes hit my face so hard I gagged. The unit was dark except for Tessa's phone on the floor, flashlight pointing toward a stack of garment bags. The air shimmered with stink. Paint thinner or mineral spirits, something flammable and dizzying. My eyes burned. Cut arm stung. Tessa lay half sitting against a bin, scarf over her mouth, hair stuck to her forehead. Her eyes were open but unfocused. "Avery," she whispered. "Yeah, we're getting you out." I hooked my hands under her arms and pulled. She was conscious enough to help a little, but not enough to stand. Her sneakers slipped in the liquid. Behind me, Miguel shouted instructions through the gap. "Drag her feet first. Keep her head up." "I know," I snapped, though I didn't. I got her to the opening. Miguel reached through and grabbed her wrists. Darren and Elise pulled from the other side. Tessa cried out as the bent metal scraped her calf, but then she was through, coughing and sobbing in C43. For one bright second, the attempt felt successful. Then the roll-up door of C43 slammed down, not all the way, halfway, hard. The impact shook the unit and knocked dust from the ceiling beams. Elise screamed outside. Miguel dropped to one knee beside Tessa. Darren lunged for the door, but it jammed at waist height, leaving a gap to the lane and trapping us half in, half out. From inside C42, I heard movement behind me. A soft shift, cardboard brushing cardboard. I turned toward the back of Tessa's unit. In the thin beam of her abandoned phone, the rear wall looked wrong. A rectangle had been cut through the lower sheet metal near the floor, hidden behind stacked garment bags. Beyond it was darkness, and beyond that, if my mental map was right, the narrow service gap behind row C leading toward the old fence and the drainage ditch. Someone had not locked Tessa in by accident. Someone had used her unit as a passage, and I was still inside it. I crawled for the opening back to C-43, but the bent panel shifted with the slam, narrowing the gap. Miguel reached through for me. "Give me your hand." I did. Something outside in row C banged again, closer this time, and the office alarm abruptly cut off. That silence was not empty. It was replaced by footsteps running on wet concrete from the direction of row B. Darren shouted, "Get her out." Miguel hauled on my arm. The torn metal bit into my shoulder. I screamed before I could stop myself. He pulled harder anyway. I came through into C-43 and collapsed beside Tessa, my sleeve dark with blood and solvent. Elise was crouched near the jammed door, trying to lift it from outside. Darren was on the inside, pushing up. The door wouldn't budge. "We're boxed in," Elise said, voice breaking. Miguel grabbed the bolt cutters and shoved them under the lower edge for leverage. Not yet. Then the power went out completely. The facility changed in an instant. The gate motor stopped buzzing. The office alarm stayed dead. The security lights along the rows blinked off, leaving the morning gray to do the work alone. And somewhere close, too close, a voice called from row B, "Holt." One word. Darren froze. The voice was male, calm, and familiar from the phone. "Holt," it called again. "You brought them to the wrong door." Darren's hand went into his pocket for the hidden key. Miguel saw it. I saw it. And then Elise, trying to squeeze under the half-jammed C-43 door to get out, looked toward the lane and went rigid. "There's smoke," she whispered. At first, I thought she meant fog or fumes. Then I smelled it under the solvent and bleach. Electrical burning. Miguel dropped flat and looked under the door. "The gate motor," he said, "or the controller box. Something's cooking." The open gate was behind us. The cut fence was behind row B. The office was dark. Tessa could barely stand. My arm was bleeding. The man who had warned us off Unit 19 was close enough to call Darren by name. And then a click came from the lane outside C-43. A padlock being placed through a hasp. Elise lunged for the gap, but she was too late. The roll-up door rattled as someone outside secured it halfway down, pinning us inside a unit packed with dry cardboard, plastic decorations, solvent fumes from the hole next door, and no clean exit except the jagged passage into C-42 and the cut through darkness beyond it. Miguel slammed his shoulder into the door. It held. Darren pulled the hidden key from his pocket at last, his face gray in the weak light. "Now," he said, voice barely working, "we have to go through 19. Darren said we had to go through 19, and for 1 second nobody moved. Not because we didn't understand him, because we did. Tessa was on the floor of C-43 with her back against a stack of plastic wreath tubs, coughing into Elise's scarf. Miguel had one hand wrapped in a church banner that was already spotted red. My right sleeve clung cold and chemical wet to my arm, and every breath tasted like solvent, dust, and old cardboard. Outside the half-dropped door, the padlock clicked once as someone tested it from the other side. Miguel whispered, away from the door. We all backed up. A shadow crossed the gap beneath it. Boots, large, mud on the soles. They stopped directly outside. Darren held the key so tightly the little brass teeth bit into his palm. "Cal," he said. The boots did not move. The voice from outside answered, "You remember my name now." "Cal, just that. No last name yet." No explanation. But Darren's face told me enough to know this wasn't a random trespasser or a tenant dispute gone strange. This was old. This was personal. This was the kind of trouble that had been paying rent in cash for 11 years because cash didn't ask follow-up questions. Miguel lifted the bolt cutters. Darren shook his head. "Don't." "Why?" "Because he's not alone." A quiet scrape came from the lane, wheels shifting. The hand truck. Elise pressed both hands over her mouth. "Outside," Cal said. "Doors locked. Your gate's open. Your office is dead. County inspector comes Wednesday, right? Whole place finally looks how it should." Darren closed his eyes. I understood the threat then. Not all of it, but the shape. This wasn't only about hurting us. It was about exposing Darren, ruining him, forcing open whatever Unit 19 had hidden under his name. "Tessa needs air," I said. Cal laughed once. No humor. "Should have thought of that before you cut through her wall." Miguel stepped toward the gap. "She didn't do anything to you." "No," Cal said. "She rented the wrong unit." Tessa's eyes fluttered. "I can walk," she whispered, though she clearly could not. "You don't have to," Elise told her. But Elise's own voice was coming apart. Darren moved to the rear of C-43, pushing past hanging garland and folding tables until he reached the bent partition into C-42. "Through here. Now," Miguel grabbed his arm. "What's in 19? Darren looked at him, then at me. For the first time since I'd known him, Darren Holt looked like a man who understood that being obeyed was not the same thing as being trusted. "Evidence," he said, "and a way out." Miguel's face hardened. "Evidence of what?" Darren swallowed. "My brother." Cal hit the outside of the door with something heavy. Bang. Elise screamed. Bang. The half-lowered door shook but held. The padlock outside rattled in its hasp. "Move," Miguel said. We moved. I went through the jagged gap first because I knew the edges now. Pain opened bright along my shoulder as the torn panel caught me again. I landed in C-42 beside the spilled solvent can, gagged, and pulled myself away from the slick. Miguel passed Tessa through next. She cried out when her scraped calf hit the metal, but she bit it down into a sound that was worse than screaming. Elise came after her, shaking so badly Miguel had to guide her hands. Darren came last. Behind him, C-43's door boomed again. The unit darkened as he blocked the gap. Then he was through, breathing hard, hidden key between his fingers. C-42 was worse now. The fumes had thickened. My eyes watered so badly, the phone light on the floor became a smeared white star. The cut through at the back wall yawned low behind the garment bags, a rough rectangle big enough for a crawling person. Beyond it was the service gap between the back of row C and the perimeter fence, a narrow drainage path overgrown with scrub and trash. "No," Miguel said immediately. "She can't crawl that." "She won't," Darren said. 19 connects. To what? To the old storm culvert. There was no time to process that. The door of C-42 rattled from the outside. Cal had moved. "It's at this door," Elise whispered. Miguel killed Tessa's phone light with his thumb, and the unit went almost black. The door handle lifted, once, twice, then stopped. Cal said softly from outside C-42, "I can smell it in there. You got maybe 5 minutes before she drops." Tessa started crying then, quietly, like she was embarrassed by it. I took her hand. "Stay with us." She squeezed once. Darren crawled toward the cut-through. "Follow me," Miguel said. "I go first. You don't know the route. Know what happens when the liar goes first." Darren flinched, but he didn't argue. Miguel got down and pushed through the rear opening into the service gap. His boots scraped on concrete. He grunted as his injured hand dragged over the jagged lower edge. "Clear," he whispered. We passed Tessa through to him. That was the worst part. Her body went limp halfway, and for a second I thought she had stopped breathing. Elise made a thin sound. Miguel cursed and pulled her the rest of the way. I went next. The service gap was barely 3 feet wide. On one side, the backs of the C-row units formed a sweating metal wall. On the other, brush and chain link leaned inward from the drainage ditch. The ground was a ribbon of mud, broken glass, cigarette filters, and old leaves turned black with water. The smell outside was better than the unit, but not clean. Bleach drifted from somewhere ahead. Electrical smoke drifted from behind, near the gate. Morning light filtered gray through vines and fence wire. Behind the rows now, hidden from the main lanes, trapped in a different way. Darren squeezed out behind me. He pointed left, toward B row. Miguel had Tessa half over his shoulder, his face slick with sweat. "She needs an ambulance. Then get her through 19. Elise stumbled in the mud and caught herself on the fence. The wire sliced her palm. She stared at the blood like she couldn't quite understand why the day kept taking pieces of us. I wrapped my good hand around her wrist. "Keep moving." Behind us, metal shrieked. Cal had forced C-42's front latch. "He's in," Miguel said. We moved faster. The service gap bent around the back corner of row C and opened into a narrow strip behind row B from here. The backs of the B units stood close enough to touch. Unit numbers had been spray painted small on the rear seams years ago. B21, B20, then B19. The rear wall of Unit 19 didn't match the others. It had been modified. Not recently. Cleanly. A section at the bottom had been cut and framed with plywood, then covered with a rubber mat from the outside. Darren pulled the mat aside, exposing a low metal hatch secured by an old brass lock. The hidden key fit. Of course it did. Miguel stared at it. "You built this." "My father did," Darren said, "before cameras, before software, before all of this." "What was it for?" Darren's hands shook as he opened the lock. Smuggling stolen auto parts at first, then storage, then leverage. Hatch stuck. Miguel set Tessa down carefully against the fence and helped him pull. It opened with a wet, sucking sound, releasing cool air from inside Unit 19. And the smell, not rot, not death, paper, bleach, mold, motor oil, damp concrete, the same smell that had come off the money. Darren looked at me. "My brother Calvin ran it. I found out too late. I made him leave. He said if I called police, he'd burn me with him. There were names, records, photos. He kept everything." "Inside?" I asked. Darren nodded toward the dark hatch. "I've been paying the rent under a fake tenant to keep it sealed." Miguel stared at him with open disgust. "You paid rent to yourself. to keep the account active, to keep anyone from auctioning it by mistake. That's your explanation? No, Darren said. That's my excuse. A sound came from behind us. A foot in mud. Cal appeared at the bend in the service gap with a tire iron in one hand. He was not a monster. That almost made it harder. Cal Holt looked about 55 male, with Darren's same sharp cheekbones under a gray beard, and a dark hooded rain jacket spotted with mud. He was thinner than Darren, weathered in the way of men who lived out of trucks and weekly rentals. His eyes moved over us, counting injuries, exits, weaknesses. He looked at Tessa on the ground and didn't look sorry. Open it, he said. Darren held the hatch. Cal lifted the tire iron. All the way, Miguel stepped between him and Tessa. Cal smiled. Maintenance guy wants to be useful. Already am, Cal swung. Miguel raised the bolt cutters in time, metal striking metal, with a sound that punched through the narrow space. The impact drove Miguel back into the unit wall. Tessa cried out. Elise grabbed her under the arms and dragged her toward the open hatch. I lunged for the maglite clipped at Miguel's belt. Cal saw me and kicked. His boot caught my injured arm. Pain flashed white. I went down in the mud, biting my tongue hard enough to taste blood. Darren rushed him. It was clumsy, desperate. Darren was not a fighter. He hit his brother's shoulder first, and both men slammed into the chain-link fence. The fence bowed over the drainage ditch with a metallic groan. Miguel recovered and swung the bolt cutters low, not at Cal's head, but at his hand. The jaws cracked against Cal's wrist. Cal dropped the tire iron. He screamed then, loud and human and furious. Elise shouted, "She's not breathing right." That cut through everything. Tessa's head had lolled forward. Her lips weren't blue, not yet, but her breathing had become shallow and weird, like she was trying to sip air through a straw. Miguel backed toward her. Darren and Cal grappled in the mud. I crawled to the tire iron with my good arm. Cal slammed Darren's head against the fence post. Once, Darren sagged. Cal grabbed the hidden key from his hand and turned toward the hatch. I swung the tire iron into his shin. Not hard enough to break anything, I don't think. Hard enough that he stumbled and cursed, his hand flying to the fence. Inside, Miguel shouted. Elise had Tessa halfway through the hatch into Unit 19. Miguel pushed from behind. Darren, dazed and bleeding from his scalp, dragged himself after them. I followed on hands and knees. Cal grabbed my ankle. His fingers clamped around my boot. I kicked backward and hit his injured wrist. He let go with a shout. Miguel reached out from the dark and hauled me inside by the back of my jacket. The hatch slammed behind me. Darren fumbled for the lock. No, Miguel said, he has tools. The inside of Unit 19 swallowed us. Miguel flicked on the maglite. The beam revealed shelves, metal filing cabinets, plastic totes, a narrow aisle leading through stacks of bankers' boxes. Old license plates hung from hooks, a folded cot, a battery lantern, jugs of water, a chemical sprayer, rolls of cash banding paper. It wasn't a storage unit. It was an archive and a hideout. At the far end, near the front roll-up door, stood a wall of boxes labeled in black marker with names, dates, and unit numbers. Some labels were ordinary, some were not. Auction photos, gate LOGS, cash clients, Holt/insurance. Miguel looked at Darren. You kept all this here? Darren wiped blood from his temple. I didn't know he'd been coming back. The hatch behind us rattled. Cal was unlocking it from outside. He has another key, I said. Darren shook his head. No. The lock clicked, wrong again. Miguel grabbed a filing cabinet and shoved it toward the hatch. I helped with my shoulder, nearly blacking out from pain. Elise stayed with Tessa, slapping lightly at her cheek. Tessa, hey, look at me. Breathe. Miguel tipped the cabinet. It fell against the hatch just as Cal pushed. Metal boomed. The cabinet shifted an inch, then held. Temporary. Everything was temporary. Front door, Darren said. We can get to row B. Cal S outside, I said. Not if we block him here and go out front. Miguel swept the maglite toward the roll-up door. The brass disc lock was on the inside. That was when I noticed the cord running along the floor. Orange extension cord, heavy duty. It ran from a battery inverter near the cot to the front wall, then disappeared under the roll-up door. What's that powering? I asked. Darren followed my gaze. His face changed. From the other side of the front door came a soft, mechanical hum. The gate controller. No. Closer. A pump. Miguel moved fast, yanking boxes aside until the beam found a 5-gallon garden sprayer with a hose running under the door. The tank was marked bleach in black marker. Next to it were 2 more cans. Solvent. Cal hadn't been cleaning evidence. He'd been staging a fire. Bleach to destroy traces. Solvent to spread fumes. Electrical overheating at the gate for ignition or distraction. Dry boxes stacked floor to ceiling. Us trapped inside. Grounded. Practical. Ugly. Miguel ripped the hose free. Outside, Cal laughed through the hatch. Found it, Darren whispered. Cal, stop. No, Cal called back. You stop. 11 years late. The cabinet shoved inward another inch. Elise said, Tessa's fading. I looked at the front roll-up door. Open it. Darren hesitated. I grabbed his shirt with my good hand. Open it. He did. The inside lock came off. Miguel and Darren heaved the roll-up door up just enough to see row B empty. For one clean second, there was space. Wet concrete, gray light, freedom. Then Cal appeared at the corner with a road flare in his uninjured hand. Red smoke curled from its tip. He must have gone around, through the service gap, past the hatch, back to the lane. He stood between us and the path toward the office, wrist hanging wrong, face tight with pain and rage. Back inside, he said. Miguel lifted the bolt cutters. Cal held the flare lower. The bleach fumes, solvent fumes, wet cardboard, old paper. One bad move and Unit 19 would go up fast enough to take the row with it. Nobody spoke. Then Tessa made a small choking sound. Elise snapped. She grabbed one of the fake wreaths that had stuck to her sleeve from C-43. She decarried it without realizing, a ridiculous loop of green plastic and wire. She threw it at Cal's face. It didn't hurt him. It startled him. The flare dipped. Miguel moved. He swung the bolt cutters like a hook, catching Cal's forearm and knocking the flare sideways. It bounced on wet concrete, hissing. I grabbed the chemical sprayer hose from the floor and turned the nozzle toward it, squeezing the handle with my shaking hand. Bleach water spat out in a weak stream. Not enough. Darren charged again, this time lower, driving Cal back from the flare. They went down hard in the lane. Cal Cal clawed at Darren's face. Darren hit him with short, panicked blows that sounded dull and wet. Miguel stomped the flare with his boot. Once, twice. The red smoke sputtered, then thinned. "Get them out," Miguel shouted. Elise and I dragged Tessa under the half-open Unit 19 door. My injured arm screamed. Tessa's weight seemed to double every foot. Darren and Cal rolled in the lane, Darren losing, then not losing, then both of them slipping in bleach water and mud. Miguel yanked Cal off him. Cal twisted and drove a small folding knife into Miguel's thigh. Miguel made a sound I had never heard from him. Not a scream. A punched-out grunt. He dropped to one knee. Cal came up with the knife slick in his hand. I reached for the nearest thing. The old tenant ledger from Unit 19's shelf. Thick, hard-backed, swollen with damp. I hit Cal in the side of the head with it. It did not knock him unconscious. Real life doesn't give you that clean mercy. He stumbled. Blood opened above his ear. He turned toward me with stunned hatred. Darren tackled him from behind and drove him into the open roll-up track. Miguel, from the ground, shoved the bolt cutters through the door chain and pulled. The roll-up door crashed down. Cal was outside. We were inside again. But this time, Darren shoved the interior lock through the track and twisted it closed. Cal slammed into the door from outside. Once, twice. Then he started screaming Darren's name. Miguel was bleeding badly from his thigh. Tessa was barely conscious. Smoke still drifted in from the crushed flare outside. Somewhere near the gate, the electrical burning smell thickened. "Now we call," I said. Darren nodded. No argument left. We found Cal's old landline inside Unit 19, connected through a buried cable Darren claimed had been dead for years. It was. Of course it was. I dialed 911 with bloody fingers while Miguel used his belt above the knife wound, and Elise held pressure with both hands, crying openly now, but not letting go. When the dispatcher answered, my voice came out shredded. "Southline Storage," I said. "Richmond, Virginia. We need police, fire, and EMS. A customer has inhaled chemical fumes. One employee has a stab wound. There's an active assailant on site." Outside, Cal kept hitting the door, slower each time. Then the sirens began far away. Real sirens, thin at first, then growing. Cal heard them too. The banging stopped. Footsteps ran down Row B toward the cut fence. Miguel tried to sit up. "He's running." "Stay down," Elise snapped, and there was enough steel in it that he obeyed. Darren leaned against the boxes, blood running from his scalp into his collar. He looked at Unit 19 at the files, the cash banding paper, the cot, the hidden phone line, the whole ugly museum of everything he had contained instead of confessed. Nobody had won. That was the first thing I understood. Tessa was alive, but her breathing rattled. Miguel was pale, jaw clenched against pain. Elise's hands were red. My arm hung useless and wet. Darren's brother was loose somewhere near the fence. And even with sirens coming, the facility still smelled ready to burn. But the door was locked. The call was made. The secret was no longer sealed. And Unit 19, after 11 years of exact cash payments and no gate logs, had finally opened from the inside. The first police officer who reached Unit 19 did not come in with his gun raised. That is one of the things I remember most clearly, because after everything that had happened, some childish part of me expected the world to switch genres. I expected shouting, floodlights, maybe a heroic sprint through smoke. Instead, a Richmond police officer ducked under the half-raised roll-up door with one hand on his holster and the other held out, palm down, telling us to stay where we were in a voice that sounded tired before 9 in the morning. "Everybody keep your hands visible," he said. "Medical is coming in behind me." Miguel laughed once from the floor. It came out wet and mean. "Buddy, if I could hide my hands right now, I'd be impressed." The officer looked at the belt around Miguel's thigh. Elise's hands pressed over the wound. Tessa slumped against a stack of banker's boxes, Darren bleeding into his polo, and me sitting in a puddle of muddy bleach water with one sleeve cut open to the shoulder. His face changed. Not fear, calculation. He spoke into his radio. "We need fire inside row B chemical exposure. 1 stab wound. Multiple injured. Suspect fled toward the rear fence, white male, mid-50s, dark hooded jacket, injured right wrist." Darren said, "His name is Calvin Holt." The officer looked at him. "My brother," Darren added. Nobody in the unit spoke after that. Calvin Cal Holt, 55, male, Darren's brother, was no longer a voice outside a door or a shadow near the fence line. Saying his full name made him smaller and worse at the same time. He became a man with a birth certificate, old driver's licenses, probably school photos somewhere, maybe a favorite beer, a bad knee, a history of decisions that had led all of us into that narrow aisle of boxes and fumes. The first paramedic came in low under the door, then another behind her with a trauma bag. They moved with that brisk gentleness that makes you want to cry, because it is the first competent thing you've seen in hours. Tessa got oxygen first. Tessa Kim, 31, female, lay on her side while the paramedic fitted a mask over her face and asked questions she could barely answer. Her eyes kept drifting toward the wall of labeled boxes, toward the names written in black marker. She had been pulled into this because her unit shared a wall with the wrong secret. That was it. No fate, no curse, a bad floor plan, a criminal brother, and a landlord who believed containment was the same as responsibility. Miguel tried to wave the paramedics toward me. "She's cut, chemical burn too." "Shut up," I told him. He smiled without showing teeth. Desk clerk attitude. Then he went gray around the mouth, and the smile disappeared. The knife had gone into the outside of his thigh. Not deep enough to hit the femoral artery, thank God, though the paramedic did not say it that way. She said, "Bleeding is controlled. We need transport." Miguel made one attempt to stand, failed before he got halfway, and let out a string of Spanish that even Darren had the sense not to interrupt. Elise stayed beside him until a paramedic physically moved her hands away. Elise Marlowe, 34, female, had rented a 5x10 unit because her marriage was ending. And instead of spending the morning stacking dishes and winter coats, she had held pressure on a man's stab wound in a storage unit full of evidence. Her palms were cut from the fence and slick with Miguel's blood. When they asked if she was injured, she said no 3 times before looking down and seeing herself. "Oh," she said softly, "I guess I am." I remember wanting to apologize to her for the facility, for Darren, for handing her the phone, for making her useful when she should have been safe. But the words got stuck behind the taste of solvent and blood. Firefighters came next. They propped open Unit 19, dragged the chemical sprayer and solvent cans into the lane, and set up fans that roared hard enough to make the old papers flutter on the shelves. One of them found the crushed flare outside in row B and held it up with gloved fingers. "Lucky," he said. No one answered. Lucky is a strange word after a morning like that. It means alive, mostly. It does not mean unharmed. Cal did not make it through the rear fence. That was the version we got later in pieces, from 2 officers comparing notes near an ambulance, and from the detective who took my statement at the hospital. He had tried to cut behind the service gap and reach the drainage ditch, but his wrist was fractured from Miguel's bolt cutters, and his shin was bruised badly enough that he couldn't move fast. A patrol officer and one of the firefighters found him crouched under the scrub brush behind row B, half in the ditch, trying to bury a set of keys in the mud. He still had the folding knife. He also had $3,000 in wet 20s sealed inside a plastic freezer bag. The paramedics took Tessa first, then Miguel, then me, though I argued until one of the firefighters looked at my arm and said, "Ma'am, I can see tissue." That shut me up. Darren was treated on scene for the scalp wound, and then placed in the back of a police car, not handcuffed at first. That came later. I saw him through the ambulance window while a paramedic rinsed my arm with saline. He sat with both hands on his knees, blood drying in his hair, staring at the open door of Unit 19. The owner of Southland Storage looked like a man watching his own building finally tell the truth. At the hospital, everything became bright and repetitive. Name, date of birth, allergies, pain level, what happened, what chemicals, how long were you exposed, did you lose consciousness, could you move your fingers, did you feel safe at home? That last one made me laugh, which made the nurse look at me carefully. "I'm sorry," I said. "Bad morning." My cut needed 12 stitches along the back of my upper arm and shoulder. The solvent had irritated the skin, but not burned deep, though for 2 days I smelled it even after washing. My tongue had a swollen bite mark. My ribs hurt from crawling and being pulled through sheet metal. The doctor told me I was lucky too. I stopped correcting people. Miguel had surgery that afternoon to clean and close the knife wound. No artery, no permanent nerve damage, but he walked with a cane for weeks and got angry whenever anyone called him brave. Tessa stayed overnight for observation after inhaling fumes. Her lungs recovered, though she developed a cough that hung around longer than anyone liked. Elise needed stitches in one palm and gave her statement wrapped in a hospital blanket, her rental packet still folded in her bag like some normal errand she might return to. Darren did not come to the hospital. Detectives did. They asked careful questions. They took photos of my injuries. They asked, when I first noticed Unit 19, who touched the envelope, what Darren said, what Cal said, whether Darren had tried to stop me from calling 911. I told them the truth. Not polished, not organized, not protected by forms. For once, I didn't try to make the story tidy. The investigation stretched for months, but the shape of it came out within the first week. Unit 19 had started as a hidden storage place in the late 90s, when Darren and Cal's father owned the property, and the area around Hull Street was full of small garages, cash businesses, and tow lots that nobody inspected too closely. Cal used it first for stolen auto parts, then documents, then leverage on people who stored things they didn't want attached to their names. Darren claimed he discovered the scope of it after their father died and forced Cal out. Maybe that was true. Maybe it was the version that made Darren sleep. What was true was worse enough. Darren kept Unit 19 sealed under a private cash account, paid from his own books, because opening it meant opening his family. He told himself he was containing evidence. He told himself no one was getting hurt anymore. He told himself a locked door could become a moral decision if you left it locked long enough. Then Cal came back. He had been living rough between Richmond and Petersburg, using old routes through the drainage ditch and the rear service gap to access Unit 19 without the gate logs catching him. He wanted specific boxes before a county inspection, and a pending sale inquiry exposed the altered unit. When Tessa rented C-42, he used the old cut-through behind her stacked inventory to move between rows. She surprised him that morning. He trapped her, spilled solvent either by accident or design, and kept moving. The bleach was for wiping surfaces. The flare was for erasing everything else. The exact cash payments, Darren's ritual, his lie made monthly. $720 from one pocket to another, so no employee, bank auditor, or auction process would disturb Unit 19. For 11 years, the money had gone into the system like any normal rent. A private account. No name. No gate code. No questions. Except questions do not disappear because nobody writes them down. They wait. Southline storage closed for 6 weeks. During that time, Unit 19 was emptied by law enforcement, photographed, cataloged, boxed again, and carried away. Police found records tied to thefts, insurance fraud, illegal dumping, and at least 2 assaults from years before. Nothing supernatural. Nothing impossible. Just people doing ugly things in ordinary buildings, because ordinary buildings are excellent at hiding them. Darren was charged with obstruction, evidence tampering, and several financial crimes related to the account. His lawyer argued that he preserved evidence rather than destroyed it. The prosecutor argued that he preserved himself. Cal took a plea later. I did not attend the hearing. Miguel did, out of spite, and told me Cal looked smaller in court than he had in the lane, which seemed to disappoint him. Tessa broke her lease before Southline reopened. No one blamed her. Elise never moved into her unit. She came back once, 2 weeks later, to retrieve the tote she'd left in the office. I met her there because Darren was gone, and the temporary manager had asked if I could identify customer property. Elise's palm was bandaged. My arm was in a sling. We stood in the front office, while contractors replaced the gate controller outside. The place smelled like fresh paint and sawdust, which should have been better. It was. Elise looked through the blinds toward row B. Are they renting that one again? Unit 19. Yeah. No. They welded it shut for now. She nodded. Then she said, I keep hearing that door slam. Me too. We did not hug. We didn't become friends in the movie sense. Trauma doesn't always make people close. Sometimes it just makes them witnesses who nod when nobody else understands why a certain sound changes your breathing. Miguel came back part-time after 6 weeks, limping and meaner than before, which was how I knew he was healing. He refused to work alone. He also installed 2 unauthorized mirrors at the blind corner between rows B and C, and dared the new manager to remove them. The new manager did not. I stayed for 3 more months. People always ask why. The honest answer is money, mostly. Rent, health insurance, habit, also stubbornness. I did not want Unit 19 to be the thing that chased me out before I decided to leave, so I worked the desk. I answered calls. I logged payments. I stopped letting blank fields stay blank. If an account had no name, I flagged it. If a gate code didn't log, I reported it. If a customer looked scared, I did not hide behind the lease. That sounds like growth, and maybe it was. It was also fear wearing better shoes. The facility reopened with new cameras, a new gate motor, a repaired fence, and signs everywhere reminding customers not to enter units and close doors behind them. The drainage ditch was cleared. The cut-through behind C42 was patched with welded steel. The old rear hatch of Unit 19 was sealed from both sides. Still, on damp mornings, row B smelled faintly of bleach. People said it was in the concrete. That was probably true. The final envelope arrived the month after Darren's arraignment. I was alone in the office at 6:58 a.m., which was against Miguel's new rule, but he was in the bathroom, and I was not technically alone enough to admit it. The fluorescence buzzed overhead. The new gate monitor showed a clean, sharp image of the empty driveway. The coffee maker ticked behind me. Something scraped at the bottom of the front door. Tap. I stopped typing. Tap. A plain white envelope slid under the door and came to rest on the rubber mat. For several seconds, I did not move. Then Miguel came out of the bathroom and saw my face. What? I pointed. He stared at the envelope. The office filled with the soft electrical hum of new equipment, pretending new meant safe. Miguel picked up the maglite he still kept under the counter. I picked up the phone and dialed 911 first, before touching anything, before checking the camera, before letting curiosity put its hands on the wheel. The envelope contained no money. Only a key, old brass, teeth worn smooth, mud in the grooves. There was a strip of masking tape wrapped around it, and on the tape someone had written one number in black marker. 19. The police never proved who left it. Cal was in custody. Darren's lawyer said it was a prank. The temporary manager said maybe it had fallen out of an evidence box, though he could not explain how evidence walked under our front door before opening. The camera showed nothing. 10 seconds of static, then the envelope already on the mat. A technical fault, the installer said. Moisture in the line, maybe. I quit that afternoon, not because I believed in ghosts. I don't. Not because I thought Unit 19 wanted anything from us. Units don't want. Doors don't remember. People do. And somewhere, someone still had a key. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare.